get your information. So the food to be faster. Spoon television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, but you got it. Yes, but you got it. Yes,
Yes, done. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South, man. On the beat.
To get your information. So the food to be faster. Spoon television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
Okay, tune to Spawn.
To spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kebab,
Ladies and gentlemen, sons and daughters of the soil,
you got a Sport TV, you got a
from the lush green highlands of Nimba to the golden beaches of Grand Bassa,
Tonto Sport.
from the bustling streets of Monrovia
Tonto Sport.
to the peaceful villages of Lupa and beyond.
Safara. Kiribamba, kiribamba,
We
kiribamba,
say good afternoon, good evening,
kiribamba.
and a very big welcome to another powerful and thought-provoking edition of the Spawn Talk, right here on Spawn 107.5. This is the show where truth meets courage. This is where voices are amplified. And this is where every Liberian, home and abroad, gets a seat at the table of national conversation. We are coming to you live on Spawn 107.5 in Monrovia, on Fabric 101.1, and simultaneously on Spawn TV Live, on Facebook, Fabric TV Live, and Super TV Live, all across our social media handles on Facebook. And for our growing audience around the world, we are streaming live on our official YouTube channel. So no matter where you are, whether you're at home, whether you're in your car, whether you're at work or on the move, this is the Spawn Talk. This is where you get connected directly to the heartbeat of Liberia. My name is Yekezi Zwobel, sitting in this evening as your producer. So wherever you are and whatever you are doing, don't go away, because the CEO and his team of panelists will be joining us very shortly to analyze, to debate, to educate and inspire you this beautiful Wednesday evening. So welcome, and let's have a wonderful time together. And this, I would like to welcome you to the phone-in segment, the Speak Your Mind segment, so to speak, of the show. Is a segment that gives you the opportunity to call us and tell us what's on your minds. So you can now begin putting your calls through via 055 101075 055 101075 055 101075, and of course 0777 1075 0777 1075. Call us on these numbers and you are going to be live on the Spawn Talk this beautiful Wednesday evening. The time is approximately 20 minutes up until 9 o'clock. So let's begin to take your calls here. Let's talk to this person on this line. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello? Hello? Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Yeah, good evening, Yagazi.
Good evening, let's hear you out.
Yeah, Yagazi, this is the voice of Sabu Rasta. I'm joining the show from Point 4 to be specific in Zimbabwe.
Sabu Rasta, please go ahead.
Yeah, Yagazi, quickly, I got, within 2 minutes, Yagazi, I want you to
No, we will not get you up to 2 minutes. At least 45 seconds or a minute maximum. Please go ahead.
I beg you, 2 issues on my mind. What has to do with the issue of the Chief Justice and, threatening, judges at the Ministry of Temple. Look, Yagazi, the Temple of Justice is not school us. For somebody to be threatening a friend, I will reduce your salary, I will do the one to you when you're not on time. Look, Yagazi, our people been going to job on time. The government will not be threatening people that people living with. No, people learn a job and doing a professional work. You don't have to be threatening a friend. Yeah, Yagazi, that's my first issue. My second issue has to do with the Ministry of Information Journalism.
So what's wrong? Hello, what's wrong with the Chief Justice coming up to say if you are George and you don't go to work on time, you don't do your work properly, there's going to be salary reduction? What's wrong with that? He's the head of the judiciary, and he should ensure that everything that falls under the judiciary works properly. So What's really wrong with that?
Yagazi, let me ask you, Yagazi, who will go to school? Who will go to school? A professional person who will go to school will not go to job on time.
That is very obvious across government institutions, even private institutions. It's very, very obvious, and that's why you always organizations have supervisors to monitor people. So if professional people, can do what is just right, then maybe some professional people who didn't have supervisors. But that is why you have supervisors to ensure that whether you're professional or whether you're not professional, you must abide by the policies of the institution that you work with. Yeah, do that quickly.
Yeah, the Minister of Information. Look, let me tell you, there is a lie to the Liberian people. Look, nobody has too much children here. Look, you say you met two bosses. You met two bosses at transport. I know transport what it is. Look, you met two bosses. You said because when I took over and meet two bosses at the ministry. Let you bring the record. We want to see the record. We don't offer too much Boku talk.
How many bosses were there? The mentor on your own. How many bosses were there? You said the man lying. He said he left. He met two bosses there, and you said he lying. How many bosses were there?
You were very young person. We are government brought in new bosses. You are very young. You are very young. You are very young person. We are government brought in bosses. We not go bosses.
Bringing in bosses is one thing, and maintaining those bosses until the end of the previous government regime is another thing.
Okay, my challenge to the minister.
Thank you.
Let the minister bring the record. Let me bring the record. Yeah, we want to see the record.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, my name is Chokon. I'm calling from EW.
Yeah, Chokon, please go ahead.
Yeah, Yakasi. I'm calling to tell you that the way in which we are going into the country is going is not right. People sleeping at home every day and no food for other people to eat. But every day governments are promising us and nothing is doing. And workers is traveling from country to country and nothing we see. So really, I don't know that the king will need a rescue. Who they really rescuing? How the rescue is going on? Because rescue few people in government or the rescue people then are in their family or what? Because we don't see nothing. Our children, they're not in school. And he has traveled, he become president, he has traveled in more than 6 countries. And nothing good is coming. We need something to be done.
All right.
Yes, because a lot of promises have met us all the time. A lot of promises. And the promises, they kept saying our summer. They kept saying our children to school.
Thank you very much for making your point. But sometimes some of these travels, you don't just get immediate returns or immediate benefits from some of these travels. Some of these travels, negotiations are made, and those negotiations are, carried out in the future. But let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, Yagazi.
Good evening. Let's hear you out.
This is Tony Farley calling from Oboka, where commonly known as Amos Begin.
Amos Begin. Let's hear you.
Yeah, let me say thanks and appreciation to the government of Liberia, headed by Joseph Yuma Boakai here. Thank you to the MD, which is Amos of LPRC. Thanks so much to him for a level of work.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to this person. Hello. Hello. Thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to this person. Hello.
Yeah, I can see this. Yeah, I can see how you doing, man. Thank
great.
you for your great job.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, please,
You
please
can
go
hear
ahead.
me?
I can hear you, just that you are breaking a little bit.
Very much for your job. Yeah, for your job. Well done. I just want to say not the person I just spoke. The next guy I just spoke who said, everybody is hungry. Their children are not going to school. Let him sit there. You know, Waka will bring him food. Waka will put his children to school. He should not look for a job to do. I just want to say that. And the next thing I want to say here is the land issue in this country.
Okay.
I think the software, those are surveying a place 2 to 3 times. I think they need to go to jail for 25 years. And the next thing is those who selling land over and over and again. They should find those people and they should jail them for 30 years. That means those things will stop. I just urging the government to jump to get into the land business. Because people are duping people about this land issue too much. So that's my recommendation to the government. Thank you very much for all
Okay.
you do.
Okay.
Yagazi.
Thank you very much. All right, so folks, that's it. Let's see if we can talk to this person. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Yagazi.
Yeah, your name and where you join us from?
I'm Junior calling from Peace Island.
Yeah, please go ahead, Junior.
Yeah, I got you one burning issue on my mind
Go ahead.
about the real life project in the broad within Liberia. Realize within Peace Island, but the way they are conducting things, we are not understanding it. Because they told us that we were to work for 6 month period. And within a 6 month period, we were going to be receiving something like $60 every month. But since we signed the contract July and September, we resume work up to now, we are not receiving a dime yet from them. And we don't know what's going on. So I don't really know. So I want you all to come within Peace Island community to come and find out what really going on. So people may explain their grievances to you because I don't understand what's going on. The real life project. You know, something like person went to America and explain it there, real life project is really happy. And where they are not helped because I don't call it help. They are enslaving people.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling. Thanks for making your point.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yagazi, how you doing?
I'm great.
Are you ready for tonight?
I am ready.
What's that on your shirt? Is that what? Just God? That's
Yeah,
good.
just what?
Anything else? Only God, right? Just
Only
God.
God.
Nothing else. Yagazi, which church do you attend?
I'm a Catholic.
Oh, okay. Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of the womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now to the hour of our death. Amen.
Oh,
As it
wow.
was in the beginning, so shall it be. Was without end. Da, 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 da. Can we say the Apostle Creed?
I cannot say that yet now.
Why can't you?
I can say that right now.
Just give me the first line.
Apostle Creed, I believe in God the Father
The creator of the heaven and earth,
and in Jesus Christ, the only Son of our Lord.
born of the Virgin Mary, suffered on the Pontius Pilate, was crucified, dead, and buried, and the third day he rose again. He ascended into heaven, right?
Yeah, of course, that's it.
Hey, listen, I eat it, Yagazi. I eat it.
It seems you, I don't know, were you in the Catholic Church before, or maybe you attended a Catholic school?
No, I never attended Catholic
Now,
school.
how did you know?
My parents never had money to put me in a Catholic school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never attended Catholic school. I wasn't in the Catholic Church. But it's something to just read, and just learn the different religions.
Reading it is one thing, and learning it, and you there reciting, the Hail Mary, the Apostle Creed, and all of that. I mean,
yeah, I mean,
and anybody who's not a Catholic might not just recite it like the way you do.
I would say this to you, Yagazi. I used
used to love reading anything that have biblical history. I used to love reading the Bible from Genesis to Revelation. I studied the Bible a lot. I read different Bible literatures. Yeah, and the Catholic, the Methodists, the Baptists, the Jehovah's Witnesses, and all these different religions. It was just part of me, I love it. I love it. And I love reading them even currently. I do. Because I think it's to me, I enjoy doing it, right? So I don't know about you though, but to me, I just enjoy doing it. Yeah, so those are the things. It's something to enjoy. It's something to enjoy. That's something you want to do though. Yeah.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It is a good thing. To know other religion, to know about other denominations. I think it's a good thing. It give you an open mind, about maybe religious discussions and all of.
One thing I do believe in, Yekezi. I believe in God the Father, the creator of the heaven and earth. I believe in the one God.
Yeah, sure.
I don't believe in the pastor, in the bishop, in the pope, in the prophet. I just believe in God. Honestly, yes, the beauty. I can sit here and talk to God. I don't need that different steps that someone should pray for you and guide you to God. No. Sure. That's my belief. I just believe that God answers me faster than anybody. So if anybody said to you, you got to go to church for God to answer you, I disagree. If anybody said to you, you got to talk to the pastor, the man of God, the bishop, the overseer, the one that come from Nigeria and come to Labrador and build church and say he's the general they gave us different titles. The GO, general overseer. I don't believe in general overseer. There's only one overseer, that Jesus Christ, God the Father. And that's the way it should be.
Sure.
You don't have to go and take out your slipper and bend down and say, Papa, Daddy, Papa, Daddy. Your Papa, Daddy, that God. Do it in your room, he will answer you. Your little offering you take it, you're giving it to Papa, Daddy buying gold chain and Mercedes Benz. The Papa, Daddy hustling. So you got to know God for you.
For you, yeah.
For your children, for your family. You got to stay in your bedroom and pray to God and fast and read the Bible. He will, listen, the Bible says, study to show thyself approved. A workman needed not to be ashamed, but rightly divine the words of truth. You cannot put faith in man. They will let you that you cannot. And this is standing on, let me leave it. So you gotta be rooted and granted. If you fall short, you gotta say, God, sorry, let me, be like David. David told God, God, you punish me. Don't let man punish me. But renew in me a clean heart and a right mind. And if that happened, Yekezi, you feel so good. Going to church is just you want to go and join the congregation where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name. I'm in that mess. You know the 2 or 3 God talking about? Your wife and your children, your husband and your children. That's the 2 or 3. And so it's good to go to church. Don't get me wrong, but do not put faith in that pastor. No. Some pastor said, don't tell the pastor your secret. The pastor will tell his wife will tell her best friend. That best friend, want to, will kill your secret also. Don't tell your pastor your secret. The best person you can tell your secret to that God.
Of course, yeah. I agree. I definitely agree. And I'm as a Christian, I'm more skeptical about men of God because I just like you, I believe in
some men of God are crooked. They are bad people.
Very, very. And you can, if you have the sense of discernment, you can know easily without even going too faster. Just the thing they care about and the way in which they prioritize certain things.
Some men of God, my man, the only thing they look at that the bank account. How much money going in the church account? Listen, that's the thing, right?
So some men of God, to be frank, they bank the debit card for the church in a packet. They will give it to the wife and say, go shopping and just build it on the church.
Mm-hmm.
The debit card will pay the cell phone bill and pay and put gas in the car, everything. Hey, listen, it's not a bad thing, but it's good for the church to be transparent, and it's just good for us to take that step. I do not believe that I have to take my problem to the men of God.
Yeah.
Why would I take my problem to the men of God if I can take my problem to God? Why would men of God stand as a breach between me and my God?
But stand on the
genuine. You see me. You see all that I do. God in heaven is good to me. He gave me all that I need. Oh God, help me to be good and keep me from sin. God, hear our prayer. May the Lord watch between me and thee when we ask one for another. Amen. So why would I care this thing to the men of God, to daddy, to the general, or the general OC coming? Why? God have put a split in that curtain, enter boldly into the oh man, my people, you don't get us started, man. May God bless you, may God keep you. Hey, may God help you, because you know what? Take your problem to God and not the men of God. The men of God trying to hustle, man. Take your problem to God and not the bishop, not the overseer. And that's the way we in the back. And all of my preaching bringing that Richardson embargo. Oh, I started preaching that Richardson embargo. Ladies and gentlemen. So that I couldn't preach, I can see. No, what happened? That's what I'm saying. Take the problem to God, not to the man of God. That Richardson came back after how many years? What up?
Thank you.
I shock. You see what God can do? A miracle, right?
Thank you.
I would say this is a testimony, right? And you have to take your issue to God and not to the man of God. Look, we talking about God that Richardson felt the spirit, and she came on the show. It's something that listen to this. God is spirit, and those that worship him should worship him in spirit and in truth. And when you worship God in spirit and in truth, God connect and God bring back. Dada Richardson is back. Oh my God, Dada Richardson, it's good to see you.
You too. Good to see everyone. Good to see Yakesi. Good to see you, Winter. It's also good to see all of the audience. I'm glad to be back.
Yeah, but you know what? Look at Fumi. So listen, whenever we start in the show now, right? We'll start with a word of prayer, maybe. We'll start talking about God. You like it at your pace there. Man, God is good. God said, listen, I will never leave thee. I will never forsake thee. I will be with thee even unto the end. Thy word, O Lord, if will be helping. It's a light unto my wife. Fumi, unmute yourself and help me. That word, oh Lord, it's a light unto my path and a lamp unto my feet. Fumi, you gotta say this thing, because when something like this happens, we say only God, just God. Look at your guys, just God.
Abasha is to get out of the whole preaching, yo.
That is shell, man. That is shell. Just God.
I didn't even notice your shirt.
Just God. But I want to say thanks to all of you. Dada Richardson, it's good to see you. I know we start the show. We still get time. I want to appreciate every one of you. It's 9 p.m. in Liberia. The chief will be here. Thank you for joining us. We got a lot to cover today. We'll be discussing the road issue. You know, the whole big road issue that is happening in Liberia. And you know, who brought the contract to President Bouaka. We're going to dig deeper. We'll share the contract with everyone if you look into it. But there's a good news to that contract. And when I investigated today, at the end of the tunnel of that private Ford contract, there's some good news. Something is happening in the Senate, right? Let's forget about the House. It will pass on 17G, what G, we'll discuss it today. President Obama is coming back tomorrow. He have declared Thanksgiving, national prayer and fasting, something like that. You saw the information, we'll discuss it. I want us to discuss about Janet Cooper. Janet Cooper is the former agriculture minister that LACC investigated and charged her for massive corruption. But the president appointed her. We discussed Janet Cooper. You remember she gave her brother company the big money thing here and there. We share that with you. We discussed Janet Cooper. We got a lot to discuss today. We discussed what is happening, but the 7 All Blacks. The 7 All Blacks, what is happening? Who they going to give the 7 All Blacks to? And again, so the thing about the 3 years visa, something, the information is out and very clear. And then we'll talk about Nokau. Nokau is in the picture now, though. Nokau is in the picture. I don't know why, but Nokau is in the picture. Wanto, must you use that? That thing cutting you in pieces. That stream your video, living room or background. Why you love using it? Wanto?
Let me take it off.
No, I mean, if you want to, I just say and making you to be like alien. Eating from home because it cut your hair off, it cut your shoulder. I don't know why people like using that, but it's on to you.
People use it for professional meetings.
Yeah, you're trying to hide your background, right? You're trying to hide your location. I understand. But for the record, though, you are not in Liberia, right? Are you?
No. For the last almost 10 years, I've not lived in Liberia. I've just been in and out.
Okay, all right, beautiful. So you just go there, you meet Sarah Beslow, you re-sign your consultancy agreement, you come back, right?
I told you the whole consultancy agreement. I've never been employed with any government.
No, you were employed with Sarah Beslow when you came to Necotech, and you were the spokesperson representing her. But let's leave that for a minute. That's okay. Megan talk. We saw your text messages to the student at the time. I love to bring back old stories.
I've mediated our conversation because I think because my expertise.
You mediated. Come on, man.
No,
Give me the message. You mediated the conversation. Where the Glenny video? The one that she said Man, we joke with Glenny. Yeah, no, we have to play this scene. Glenny can joke with people. I gotta joke with Glenny.
Tolerating or whatever to tolerate.
Okay, forget that one now. We understand.
Finally, and then when you come and talk about tolerating or whatever to tolerate.
Okay, forget that one now. Oh, Glenny, our sister. We joke with everybody. This is just joke. Go and share the show. I will wait for Glenn. If not, she can. We'll put it on before we bring her on. What actually she was trying to say? Akara's Gray is a bad dude. When Akara's Gray now look in the dictionary and ask AI to pronounce those words, and they pronounce it for him, don't follow him. Fubi, you see me so? I can't follow after Akara's Gray. They make him find all the different words, cut them in the syllables, and pronounce them. Glenn fell for it yesterday. Glenny did. The Liberian people, they question and they say, but Glenny, she actually she know how to pronounce it. So if you just joining us, let's play it one more time, right? Can we take a vote? Should we? Or Emmanuel George and cousin that Richardson on the show. Both of them are data, by the way. So can we?
The good thing, the bad thing about when you mispronounce it, well, you can't stop. You can't get it right. The repetition of what's the giving error.
I don't know though. To tell you the truth, I think Glenny tried. I think seriously, I think she tried. But I want to play with this other guy that in Nima. What the guy name?
The lawmaker.
Yeah. Yeah, but I beg you guys. I beg you, Glenny coming. Glenny coming. Ladies and gentlemen, just one more time, just small. Let's play small.
Tolerating or whatever to tolerate.
Okay, forget that one now. We understand.
Finally, and then when you come and talk about totalitarianism or whatever,
Okay, forget that one now. We understand.
And then when you come and talk about totalitarianism or whatever,
Okay, forget that one now. We understand.
And then when you come and talk about
because I didn't see people in bar. Great and Darius in bar. You know, I don't know how to pronounce that word. Seriously, I read it. I read me. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, I know how to pronounce it. And I know how to pronounce it. I know the meaning very well. The thing about it is, hello, Doc. The thing about it is that some of like you still know you were joking. See people that are taking it for a joke, they're taking it to bully me. And I can't be bullied. I cannot.
No, but don't worry about that.
I know the meaning of the word. I know what the word meant. I don't know why it got stuck yesterday. It wouldn't come out correctly. But I know the meaning of the word.
How do you pronounce it? How do you pronounce it though? Total what?
Ask Wanton. I Wanton was talking about it. So let him pronounce it. And he was just talking, you see, I was explaining to him.
Wanton, how do you pronounce? Seriously, I'm trying, you know, words in myself.
Totalitarianism.
I'm one of the biggest supporters of Sis Glennie. In fact,
don't worry about it. I can't see this thing. I'm a supporter. Please don't flatter me.
No, but for me though, on a serious note, I really want to know how to pronounce that word. I mean, if you guys
totalitarianism, that it word.
Totalitarianism.
I don't know why the LI didn't come out yesterday, but that's the word. And it means, I know the meaning too. Everybody running with it. I can't be bullied. I'm a man.
I don't think anybody is bullying you.
Oh, yes, they did, Center. They did today. They did. People were even cursing me today.
For what?
For that word. Oh, they said me a Georgia. I call myself Bogue woman. I don't know Bogue. I don't this. I mean, for the whole, I've been answering them.
It's just true.
And
okay, so Glennie.
Including Judas Share. The comedic.
Judas Share, oh man, he was just joking with you.
No, you are not joking.
So actually now, right? Fubi, is what? Total terrorist or total terrorism? What's that? No, I really want to.
Everybody pronounce it today.
No, I really want to pronounce it because everything I hear, if you listen to Iri Akara's way, he said total terrorism.
It's totalitarianism. Totalitarianism. That's the word.
Okay, Fubi, can you pronounce it like you?
Mm-hmm. Everybody pronounce it.
My boy, that help me, oh. No, you know what? We're gonna take 10 phone calls, right? If you can pronounce this word, please help us. This is good. This is unique. You can see. Let's take just 10, right? I'm gonna play it one more time, right? I don't know how to pronounce it. I will call it total terrorism. And you don't want me to call it total terrorism. I don't know how to pronounce every word, right? But it will be important that we stick to this thing. So I'm begging you, let me go to the phone line, right? And let's just listen how to pronounce this thing. So listen.
Totalitarianism or whatever.
Okay, forget that one now. We understand.
Finally. And then when you come and talk about
but who in the back saying forget that one now? Who was saying that?
Like you know one sport thing yesterday. Nothing is more funny more than the forget that one will understand.
So it's a total terrorism. It's a total something. Total. But you can see, open the line. Let you what the Liberian people think. Let you what they say. How do you pronounce that word? If anybody, the first 5 quarters spread out there, we give you $10 US, we send it to your mobile money account.
Spell it up.
If you spelled it correctly, we got Akara's grade. Yeah? If you get it wrong, you get it wrong. Akara's grade, can you text me the spelling to be frank? I don't know how to spell it. I don't know how to pronounce it. And thank God, we got 2 doctors on the show, and we got a councilman here, Winfred Russell. They all know how to spell it. We got the chief here, and we got a Harvard University man here, 12T12, right? We're not using AI. You will call and pronounce the word and spell it. If you get it right, we'll send you 10 US. We'll take the first 10 calls for $100. Open the phone line.
Okay, 0777
Then in trouble with the wall. She ain't great.
0777 1075 0555 101075. Let's talk to this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yep. Your name and where you join us from?
I need Ibrahim Kaza from Singapore FC.
Everybody, you can pronounce the word?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, go ahead now.
Total tourism.
Total
Okay,
what?
I can't say no. I can't say no. So take the next call. You can see. I can't shook his head. He said no. Go to the next person.
Hello. Yep. Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, this is Mohammed Sharif, and I'm calling you.
Mohammed, please go ahead.
Yeah, the word is totalitarianism. Totalitarianism.
I can't say yes. Get Mohammed.
L-I-T-A-R-I-A-N-I-S-M. Totalitarianism.
Okay, so turn out for him. Get his name and his number real quick, please. Forget it. He's good. Tell him he's good. The guy at the second quarter, we'll take 10 real quick, then we'll go to the show.
I don't know. Orange mobile money or low time.
It doesn't matter, my friend.
0776
776, yeah?
72
72
09
09
76.
76. And you said the name?
Mohammed Sharif.
Mohammed Sharif. Okay, Mohammed, thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello? Hello? Hello, your name and where you join us from?
I think the next one, we get enough time. We gotta go. We got 7 more to go.
Obadiah, go ahead, please. Pronounce the word.
What is totalitarianism?
Come again?
Totalitarianism.
Oh,
No, man. Let me not sedition. Focus somebody. Let me not sedition. Take somebody else. Go to caller number 4.
Let's talk to another person. Hello?
Let me not having Wizard Trini.
Hello.
Yeah, your name and where you join us from?
So my name is Alvin Gile, and I join you from Fendale in Monroeville.
Yeah, I've been pronounce the word.
Totalitarianism.
Okay.
Great, is that correct, right? I see Glenny shake your head. All right. Forget about the spelling. Forget about the spelling. You get it right. Tell I go to him. Yeah, he got it right. You can see.
Your number, please. Just go ahead. Number quickly.
We got 5 more to go.
0770
56
56
28
28
16.
16. And you said your name again?
Alvin Gile.
Okay, Alvin. All right. Let's talk to another person. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I'm Charles Cooper from Dukuro.
Yeah, Charles, go ahead. You want to pronounce the word?
Yeah, the word is totalitarianism.
Nande.
Totalitarianism.
Tyrannism.
Yeah,
Okay, I can't let this go. Let's go to the 6th call. Man, miss it.
That's not it. Thank you. Let's talk to another
Man, miss
person.
it. Let's go to the 6th caller.
Yeah, your name and where you join us from?
I'm Theo Timolo calling from Barnumville.
Theo, go ahead.
The word is totalitarianism.
What?
Cancel it back. Go to the next caller. We got 3 more to go.
Hello? Yeah. My name is Fanny Jason. I'm calling from Banjo.
Yeah, Vanny, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, the word is totalitarianism.
To what? To data?
Totalitarianism. To doctor.
Yeah, please got that already. Just in there. Thank you. Let's talk to another person. That's wrong. Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, your name and where you join us from?
I'm still a Sharif from Riyadh.
Yeah, go ahead.
The war is totalitarianism.
Okay.
So we got one more to go. Yeah,
Yeah,
take that
one
person
more.
information.
Totalitarianism.
Yeah, so just call your number quick.
078
Uh-huh.
1853
1853
38.
38. Okay, thank you very much. Let's talk to this person.
The last
Hello?
caller.
Hello?
Yeah.
It is Rufus King.
Rivers King, please go ahead.
Yes. Paparazation. Oh, yeah.
What am I saying?
Yeah.
Tell me for that, man. Tell me for Steve for that. Tell me for that, man. We want to say thank you very much. We got 3 callers that won. We got 3 callers that won, and the word is, yeah, thank you, Yakazi. And the word is, yeah, thank you for that. We're done. That's it. Akaro's great.
But you can't pronounce it. Why you going to Akaros? You think
that mean, I tell you, tell me to pronounce it, I will call it total terrorism. You don't know me to say total terrorism. So Akaro's great.
And you got
3 callers.
And you got one company called Total.
Total. That the energy company cannot hear our money.
LI.
So it's totalitarianism.
Okay, we agree. You pronounce it now. You caused Glenny to choke yesterday on the show. Okay, you're very bad, man. And you told all the CDC guidelines. You told all the CDC guidelines to cut it and share all over the sharing all over. And it causes
I don't operate like that. You know, I don't cut. Yeah.
I know you don't. All the people, including all the other people there. Darius was the mean one on this one. Darius is the one that you were writing.
But anyway, guys, you know what we do on the show? We come here, we laugh, we joke after the hard day work, and you know, we come to discuss issue of national concern. This is where we come to relieve our stress, you know, our problems, and this is like a therapy. If you have not gotten the message, and want to appreciate everyone joining us. You know, the guys on this show, they love to stay here, where they use this time to get on the cell phone and text their, you know, other people there. So they will say we on spoon. They will have the cell phone with them. The women are not looking at them, and they will stop. They will be texting around. You know, there's an opportunity. 4 hours you can be here. Your stuff in your ear, and everything you put it on spoon. So we respect Winfred Russell. And, you know, we know him, the former councilman. Thank you for joining us. We respect our friend, Dr. Emmanuel George. These are great men, and, you know, that have serious relationship, and, you know, and we'll leave it like that. We respect Akaris Craig, you know. Only God will know that after so many years, Akaris is Akaris. Wanto from Harvard University. I don't know his own meaning. The people go to school to God take him home. God just put him on earth to go to school. God bless you, my friend. Glenny and total terrorism. We respect this Glenny. As always, the chief himself, Phoebe Herons, is here. And Dr. Richardson, welcome back. It's good to see you back on set. And I think everybody welcome you back. And we're going to have a wonderful conversation tonight. Wherever you find yourself, we have all the documents for the Pavi Fort. The Pavi Fort. I'm going to put this document in the chat room. I'm sorry that we're able to get this document late. We did our own investigation. We got a copy of the documents and everything you need to know. Let me put it in the chat room. Finally, these documents are there. You can go over. Sorry, you know, of sharing the document with you so late. But we discussed Pavi Fort from Sierra Leone. We discussed the individual. This individual, you can find him on the World Bank, IMF, accusing him of so many things. But we'll get into it. This is the guy where you see this guy, Alimu Sando Barry. He's the CEO for Pavi Fort, and we'll be discussing him. Let's go around the block. What's on your mind? Let's welcome our fellow Liberians, and let's have a great show. I'm going to start with you, Dr. Glenny. Let's start with you. What's up? Use your 30 minutes. Welcome to the show, man.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be on. I just want to say that after yesterday's event, I'm sure there are some people who are cognizant of the fact that I know how to say that word and spell it, but I don't know what happened yesterday. Just didn't come up. It's not something that I'm going to say I didn't do. The word just, I tried twice, it just wouldn't come out right. But one of the things is that I think I appreciate everybody. There are a lot of people that reach out, and I say it. I appreciate everyone who reached out to me. A lot of some of the Spoon TV people who watch it, Doc did a post. A lot of people reach out and just kind of supported me. But there are also a lot of bullying. Seriously, a lot of people, some people were very rude, very vulgar, cursed me out. A lot of stuff, postings, sharing, did the video over and over. What you cannot change is you cannot change the fact that I am Glendy Jane Junius. And no matter how you see me, how you want to interpret my narrative, that is not for you to do. It is for me to do. So I just want to say, we come here, we make sacrifices, we come, we discuss. I understand CDC and I, some of them have a love-hate relationship, but I also want to give it out to Akaras, whether he was with former Representative Gray. I never saw him saying a word. I never saw him saying anything negative. I'm sure he knows my capabilities, so I don't think it was a need for him to even come back and lambast after me. But those of you who continue to bully me, I myself, I am a bully. So as you bully me, I will bully you. You can't change me. Thank you, Stanton. We will be here. And when the time comes where we don't want to be here, we will go to our own platforms and we'll talk it there. So it's good to be on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glendy. Chief Fui. All right, so let's go to Wanta. Wanta, welcome to the show.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Stanton. It's a tremendous privilege to be back. I always say Spoon is the hallmark of political discourse in Liberia, given the model Liberians that follow, and is the centerpiece for shaping perspective. So each time we come here, we have the opportunity to sell out our political ideology, to also sell out, our orientation as we appeal towards, and reimagine a Liberia that we envision. So it's a rare privilege to always be here, and I'm very excited for tonight. There's exceptional talking point tonight, and I think tonight should be driven on the basis of a pure patriotic and nationalistic, conversation. So I'm very excited to be back. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you, Fubi. Are you with us? You having some technical issue?
I was speaking, but I forgot I was on mute.
Oh, okay. All right. Talk to us now.
Yeah, so good, everybody. Welcome back, Dr. Richardson. Good to see you after a while. Since then, don't mind the people. Sometimes those things happen. So sometimes you have to brush it out when they're making all that unnecessary noise. But starting off with what the CEO was talking about God, I love to tell people, God, everything is just God. It's good to always believe in God, trust God. Whatever you do, always learn to be prayerful, regardless of your situation. Always have that knowledge that there is a supreme being, regardless of where you are, whether you go to church, whether you go to mosque, whatever religious group you find yourself in. But pray continuously from home, at work, on the street, in your heart. It's good to do that. There's a lot of good reward in that. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother Fubi. Let's bring in Emmanuel George.
Good evening, Stanton. Good evening, Dr. Richardson, Chief Fubi, Glende, Wanto, Karos, Wilfred, and Councilor Bala. And our listener, thank you for joining us this evening. What's on my mind? I continue to struggle with the reasons behind our leadership, our government over the years, not intentionally investing and harvesting Liberians to carry out some of the contracts that Liberians can carry out, and give them big contracts in our country. In 1980, the Liberian people successfully ended the Americo-Liberia hegemonic. And what we saw from that particular arrangement was that a particular class of Liberians were enriched because of government investment in our class. But that has stopped But over the years, we keep discussing, like we discussed yesterday, I'm sure we're going to discuss today, investors that are foreign coming in our country when we have Liberian companies that can do the same job, and we are not intentionally investing in those Liberian companies. I don't know the reason. I hope our leaders will change that perspective, and that will be able to support Liberian companies that can do the same job that foreign companies can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. George. Mr. Gray, Akaris?
Yeah, just want to be thankful to the Almighty God that we can be on the show. Okay, the subject matter you catalog, I think they are all of importance. And I would just want to do a quick reflection on yesterday's program, because I was a little bit taken aback when Councilor Gbagbara said that none of us has seen a document that had to do with that rule arrangement, including himself. I was shocked. And the reason is simple, and I think it was insulting in my mind, because Councilor is or Chief of Office Staff to the Grand Jury representative, or Jeremiah Sokan. So for the House of Representatives to pass on such a very meaningful document to the country, and the Councilor, who is our Chief of Office Staff, didn't see the copy of it. And my concern was, how did he advise his boss? And to transfer that, we all had not seen the copy is unfortunate, because as former chairman on executive, I have access to unlimited documents that I can get copy of. And if you listened yesterday very well, the Minister of Finance who attended the program was very clear. He broke down the agreement, if you listen to the public hearing very well. So if you didn't even have the document, just the public hearing will inform you properly. So I was just thinking, maybe how did his boss vote on the subject matter if the COS did not see the document, but the House of Representatives passed on the document and the Senate had a public hearing on it. I thought that was important to reiterate, because we come on this show, we don't just speak. We make our research. We're very knowledgeable in some of the things, and we're very deliberate in some of the things we say and what we do. But I think it's insulting. If you didn't see it, doesn't mean that other people didn't see it. I thought that insinuation was very wrong.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. Let's bring in our friend, Councilman, former Councilman Russell.
Thank you, and great being here, and good seeing you again, Dr. Richardson. Welcome back to the platform. So what's on my mind is the condition at the Monrovia Central Prison. The Monrovia Central Prison was established originally to accommodate 350 inmates before the civil crisis. But now that prison faces a grave humanitarian emergency. And as a public health practitioner and someone who has colleagues who often go there, it is troubling. So, when this prison was first established, obviously we did not have the population explosion we have now in Monrovia, metropolitan Monrovia, even Montserrat County. You had a much smaller population with much lower crime rates. Since then, we know the wall, rural to urban migration, rapid urbanization, poverty is rampant in the country. We have many, many challenges that have led to an upsurge in the prison population. You have about 1,500 inmates now in the Monrovia Central Prison. That's like 4 times its intended capacity. So with that comes really terrible, deplorable conditions. Food scarcity is a daily reality. Many of the inmates there go hungry, or they are surviving on very meager ration that's been given out. My colleagues who are doctors and public health folks who go there on a regular basis tell me that nutritionally, many of the inmates there have an inadequate supply of foods, very poor sanitation condition and hygiene, as we see all over there around Center Street and in Monrovia as a whole.
Thank you, Brother Russell. We're going to put it down and discuss it further. There was a court order, somebody stealing the drugs from that prison compound just this week. They were sentenced. Let me share that document with you from the Temple of Justice. So a lot of stuff is happening at the Monrovia Central Prison under the Justice Ministry. Thank you for flagging that. Do you have any other thing on your mind?
No, I just wanted to focus that in.
Thank you.
My opinion on that piece. So thank you for also helping to amplify it, and hopefully we can discuss this and maybe bring some of those doctors in and nurses who go on a regular basis to perform humanitarian services there.
Thank you very much, Brother Russell. Let me bring a Councilor Bala. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, Stanton. I think I want to start by thanking you for your contributions to democracy. They say information is the lifeblood of democracy. And if we hold that statement to be true, the Spoon has been very instrumental in enriching our democracy. And it's all happening because of you, Stanton. So I just want to thank you for this kind of arrangement that makes it possible for all of us to come here with the different views we have and to express them. I also want to say welcome to Dr. Richardson. I know this will be the first time that we ever on the platform together. I used to watch you a lot before. I presume CMC has taken you away for some deep diving, but glad to see you back as well. I will end on the note by saying that what's really on my mind is Putu mines. I'm still very much ticking with the Putu mining situation. I still want to know, the people of Grand Jeda still want to know what's in it for them. And we're just calling on the authorities, the president, to look there again with a greater degree of scrutiny so that we can bring transparency to that particular area. And then finally, just this afternoon, I was scouring the internet and I saw that Speaker Kung has just launched a scholarship drive for bachelor's, master's, and PhD students to the Philippines. I think that's a good thing. And therefore, we're encouraging other public officials to do similar, but also to encourage our students to take advantage, because at the end of the day, education is all that matters. Finally now, Glendon, please don't be distraught. This is what I normally call occupational hazard. Once you're in the public glare, people will find ways to take part shots. In fact, I blame Akaras. He brought it to totalitarianism here. It's a tongue twister. And then now, simply because you stutter, people want to equate that to an inability, which I find very interesting. And I know that's untrue because you're a very eloquent woman. But again, it goes with the territory. Be not bullied. Let's continue to do the great work that we do here. Thank you, CEO.
Well, thank you very much, Councilor. So guys, this is it. When we come on the show, because of the change of time, we're 5 hours away. We are on the Eastern time. When we talk about New Jersey, New York, Delaware, Pennsylvania, to that of Liberia. So right now it's 9:34 in Liberia. We try our best to finish the show before 12 a.m. It's a big adjustment. So catch us when you can. We will share the show, we'll discuss the issue, but if we have to leave, we leave by 12 a.m. on the money. We cannot go beyond that, because then we are forcing the producer to go home the next day. And that is not so fair. And I want to appreciate all of you. Let's have a great show. Let's bring in Conor Gray, and then we'll make Dr. Richardson that lives on this round. We'll get into our conversation for tonight. Akaris, I'm sorry, not Akaris. Ed Remy Gray, it's good to see you, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. Ladies, good evening. And of course, Doc, welcome back. I personally, I missed you, so Um, hope to see you back, and somebody watch out for yourself, mentally. That's how it is for those of us in the clinical arena. But what's on my mind? Stanton, I left from here yesterday, and I was diminished by one little known company from neighboring Sierra Leone having a whopping almost $250 million contract, and with all comprising of all of these smaller roads, one company. And I went to do my own research, and some of the findings informed me that there is fraud all over this. I mean, a company with a purse of $3 million, according to Dun and Bradstreet. So this is a little known company that started in 2015. Nothing much to show. So I'm asking to know who are the invincible hands behind this fraud against the nation. We have to dig deeper, and I've done so. Stanton.
Thank you very much. We discussed part before. We got more information. We did our own investigation, a very heated one today with government and those outside of government. The position of the president on this, you will want to know. These documents I just put in the chat room. If you want to flag any part of the document, send it to me. I will flag it while you're speaking, and you can discuss it. It's only fair for us to discuss that which is in the document. Now, the will and pleasure of the Senate is kind of different from those in the House. And you want to know how it went through the House. All right? Who signed on the document? Did President Barga sign on this document? What is President Barga own thinking? Those around the president. What's the will and pleasure? How did this whole contract come to Liberia? Who are the foreign agents? And what do you know about Pape 4? We will be discussing that. President Barga is returning to Liberia tomorrow, 6 p.m. Understand this. He declared Liberia tomorrow to be Ohio Day, prayer and fast, Thanksgiving. Beautiful. And do you know about the Asalamita project and what Asalamita signing bonus is? Have we signed to receive whopping $200 million? $200 million is part of the signing bonus coming from Asalamita. What are you hearing from France? What the president coming home with? We will make that connection. So it's a big one today, folks. Dr. Richardson, again, we all agree it's good to see you. Thank you for coming back. What's up? What's on your mind?
There's a couple of things I wanted to just say before we open up this show. The first thing, I recognized that last night was elections night, and Sarah Liberians in our area won, one in the name of Jordan and Siddiqui Kamara. I just want to extend my congratulations to them, and I'm sure, Stanton, you will join me, and a lot of Spoon panelists here will join me in extending our congratulations to them. They are Liberian, and I know Joel personally. He's a good friend of my children. That's how young he is. I'm happy that they serve as an inspiration for Liberians who have, try and have done everything possible. There's still, gold at the end of the rainbow. So you can still succeed if you try hard enough. The second thing I like to add, I left this show and I had some time to reflect as my mental health professional here, Colonel Gray, said. It was really good during my time of reflection. There's an incident, someone who studied trauma, I believe, in perception and event. There's a private event that happened between Jackie McKay and I, and I'm handling that. I'm dealing with that. But those of you who watch the show, I just want to tell you thank you for sending me your concerns, your greetings, your thoughts. I got a lot of people ask me to come back. I did get a lot of people saying, negative things, which I accept with pride and dignity. But I want to apologize to all of those who felt, that perceived me to be an aggressive person at the time. I want to apologize to the viewers of Spoon Talk as well. And I will handle whatever I have to handle with Jackie, and I will come back to you and tell you how it was handled. So thank you so much, Steno, for allowing me back on the panel.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much for returning, and thank you for intervention and whatsoever you discussing with Jackie. We do appreciate you for coming back. We wish you and CMC well. I know you guys are having a troubled time. And again, we'll not stop beating you on CMC. But you know what? You have a partner now. Uncle Sam is your partner. Maybe you will tell us more how much you guys agree to pay Uncle Sam. And then other folks here, they are interested. And who knows? When the price is right, they can join CMC. But I want to say thank you for coming back.
No problem.
We learned that Musa Benete is in Europe. He's making his necessary rounds. He was at a hotel today. We spotted him. I'm not calling that hotel. It's not the Serena Seaforth Hotel. And I can guarantee you he was alone today. He was alone. All right. I want to say it's also good to have every one of you. Guys, let's go back to this thing real quick. Is there anything anyone we missed so far? Is there anything else we want to jump into prior to going? What's on your mind? You didn't say. You just talk about. You want to add? I mean, what you observed today? What's happening? Then we'll move on.
I wanted to add something that I forgot. I think I wanted to add what Dr. George said about finding Liberians to receive contracts relating to our development in our country. I'm concerned that we will give a contract to a Sierra Leonean company when I believe that there are capable Liberians in our country to do several different jobs relating to road construction. So I'm looking forward to hearing what's behind the entire contract. It's my understanding that the money that is supposed to complete the road work with is not quite there. And I also understood that Colonel Remy Gray said he did his background work, and it appears to him that fraud is involved. So I'm just curious. I'm interested. I did research the company as well, and they've done their work in Sierra Leone. That's where they've done their work. I mean, I think they built a couple of roads and got a contract from the government. So it'd be great for us to find out more about what's going on in our country. But I would love to see Liberians building our own country, using them, finding ways to support Liberians, mentor them, and serve as models for them to do it right.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson, and thanks to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Let's get into it. It's time to rock and roll. We've been here 1 hour, 12 minutes. Wow. We just covered 1 hour already. Let's get into it. We know that we have people of different political party. We got CMC, ANC. We have the CDC and Unity Party on the show. We have those that for and against whatever your political orientation may take you. We want to say welcome to the show. So we'd like to start with this. I'd like to start with my brother, Dr. Emmanuel George. We left the show yesterday when we spoke about this contract, this deal, right? It's so unique concerning Pavé 4, the Alamo Sano Bari, right? Yes, indeed, he's from Sierra Leone. Yes, the information coming up, and I think I put in the chat room, IMF went after him, World Bank went after him for fraud and misleading them, right? He has a track record. He's saying to the folks out there, say, I'm waiting for Senegal to pay me, for Gambia to pay me, for Guinea to pay me. I will have money to do this thing. But the question remains, who is he? I hope you guys did your background check. Who did he get in contact with to come to Liberia? How did it start? I mean, it's very important for us to understand what is going on with this guy. Is he a sincere businessman? Now, we went as far as Sierra Leone. The president of Sierra Leone, Maria Bio, is his friend, his personal friend, right? He had the connection in Sierra Leone. The first $60 million that was given to him on the project in Sierra Leone, that is Sierra Leone people business. But people accused him that he mismanaged that fund, and the product, the end result, was a failure. These are all the allegations on him and his company. But who sent him to Liberia? Who brought him? Joseph Boakai know him? Was there any conversation between President Boakai and President Bio concerning him? We dug deeper. We came to understand there's a lot of stuff happening. The contract is before the Senate. They are working on it. The proposal, everything, whatever way you will call it, is before them. Who signed on it? Who sent it in? When Mamaka Berete was acting as chief of staff, Mamaka Berete, July of this year, sent the document to the Capitol building. Did Mamaka Berete sign on the document as she sent? Did President Boakai sign on the document? No. President Boakai didn't sign on it. So the document you have in your possession, go to the last page and see who signed on it. Was it even signed? As your House of Representative member, ask them to send you a copy of what was sent to them. Did they even see it? Why was it fast track with a letter of acceptance and approved by the House? Why? The allegation of 400,000, well, it's an allegation. Did anybody get proof? It is a fair allegation. But let's face it though. Richard Nangbe-Kun put this in a meeting. They didn't bring it on the floor. They didn't argue on it. And they just let it fly. Have you asked yourself why? And Liberians, you need to know this is the reason why. Who first brought this to Liberia, Winfred Russell? The individual names, when you're speaking, I will put them up. The Mamaka Berete, the Mali Kamara, Kofi Woods, who's in, who's up, Bushman Keita, these advisors to the president, Madera Cooper, all of them. Who brought it to President Boakai? This gentleman met President Boakai with a proposal. Who took him to the president? And what's the president's final answer to this deal? Can this gentleman and his company do a $364 million deal? Have they done it before? A lot of questions coming up, my fellow Liberians. Stay tuned, we'll break this thing down, and then you will tell us whether you smell fraud or whether this can be corrected. I'm going to start with Dr. Josh, and we'll go to Akaris Gray, Winfred Russell, Kanyo Barbara, Edward McGray, then we'll go upstairs to the rest of the good people. Dr. Emmanuel George, I know you're still going through it. It's no problem, even if you're going through it. What's your take? Because we said yesterday, we'll be continuing with this story. What's your take, Dr. George?
Oh, the contractor agreement still have a lot of questions around it. Even following the hearing yesterday, it was difficult for some of the officials to actually defend points of the contract. Now, if this document has passed with 3GSP in the House of Representatives, where my dear brother, Councilor Bada is, then it's questionable about the attitude of the speaker on it. And I would like to, since Akaris is coming after me, would like to know who signs legislative instruments that come from the executive to the legislature. If that person's signature is not on a document, how come we've been discussing this issue for about what, since last week, that the executive is not raising the alarm about who signed the legislative instrument that have gone all the way to the House of Representatives? And if that's the full signature, or the actual signature is not on that document, how did the Speaker of the House of Representatives allow it to pass through the House of Representatives with 3GSP? At this time, I think what we can do is to thank the member of the Senate for bringing it to a public hearing for us to hear the conversation around it. But there's a lot of questions around first of all, the company. I stand with indigenous companies in Liberia. This company was supported with an initial $20 million budget by the Sierra Leonean government, an indigenous construction company. They supported this company, and then they went into partnership with a Spanish company, Gemeno Construction, in order for them to keep to grow and be a bigger company. I just don't see no reason why we cannot do the same with an indigenous Liberian company, especially if the company is not on any registered stock exchange. Yesterday, I think the Deputy Minister of Finance said the company is going to recapitalize. And in my mind, recapitalization means you are on the stock exchange and you are selling some of your stock in order for you to recapitalize with your shareholders, but they are not on any known stock exchange market. So where are they going to recapitalize? And then we're having conversation of them getting paid by the Gambia government. We don't know the contractual agreement between them and the government of Gambia. So, and that's the reason when we talk about indigenous company, that's the reason why my political leader, Mr. Alexander Cummings, is making it very clear that we need to support Liberian company. We did that in the 70s under the Liberian hegemon. They actually supported each other. Why can't we do it now in Liberia? Where are we stuck? Why can't we move from where we are and support the indigenous companies we have in Liberia? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel Akaris. Your take on this issue?
The first thing is that, again, I want to put myself on record that the company is not a credible company. From all research and indications, and speaking to some of my colleagues in the Sierra Leone Parliament, because work together for some time at the biggest parliament in the world. Many of them, about almost 4 to 5 of them. Last night we then on the line. The feeder is an embarrassment and insult to Liberia. The company has financial issues. Even there's a petroleum company in Sierra Leone. 2 years, they could not pay them after taking petroleum products from them. These are public consumable records. The question about performance, the question about allegation, about $60 million ghost project, allegedly paid by the state, the affiliation with top-level government officials, mass accusation of kickbacks, migrating into Liberia because the presidency, I will keep saying the presidency because whether the president or those around, including the president, the boy, he met the president, it's true. Since July, a communication was sent to the speaker. The clandestine pass on that agreement with a single public hearing that was broadcast by any media institution across the country, whether online or whatsoever. The pass is St. July. St. July, how can the president will not even know? I doubt whether the president is not fully cognizant of the fact that communication was sent in. Okay, because since July up to now, we're talking about a few months. It's a public record. It will pass through the House, whether you call it 4G or clandestine pass, but the speaker is the official custodian. And any communication that comes from the presidency becomes the first on the agenda for discussion. The first instrument on the agenda. Were they on break, for example, and they received that communication, leadership took charge, and they did not present it to the general plenary? These are questions to answer because there's no public hearing about it. Journalists did not discuss this. We only heard it with the Liberian Senate. But there are a few concerns in the document that I have. This government is claiming to buy road equipment or earth-moving machines for between $21 to $22 million. The document is talking about $79 million for earth-moving machines or equipment to do the road. $79 million. Equipment. Why can't we use the $21 million equipment? Why would we want to contribute towards $79 million United States dollars approximately? That is a red flag in itself.
They'll hold you there.
The next thing, just I beg you, please stand on. The next thing I keep saying, the road from Mandina to Rabosport was given up. That concession agreement was given up to SSF. They jump-started everything on that road. So how come that same rule is not in this document and there's an office? There's an office in the Cinco in the FE era. I will send you the picture where the old Unity Party headquarters.
Let's show you that we'll do another round, Greg. Let's take it easy.
This company is not there.
So let's give others the chance to speak. We'll come back. I want to bring you in, Russell. Russell, thank you very much, Honorable Gray. Russell, let's hear you on this.
Thank you, Stanton. I think I'll just reiterate what I said yesterday during the show, that from at least all the documents and so I've seen, this doesn't look good. There is some unscrupulous practices going on there. And I'm one of those who is calling for the full implementation of the Liberianization policy. I mean, we talk lip service about this, but this is critically important. If we had 195 miles of road to be paved, that is equivalent to about 313 kilometers, so about 195 miles of road, and about I think it's about $1.2 million per mile. That's some good money that we could use to empower a competent Liberian company to do. And there are many of them around. There were many trained engineers, civil engineers, road engineers of Liberian descent. And I'm sure there are many of them around who either have a company or are part of a company who have participated in this process, this no bid process. And it is very disturbing that we continue as a country to leave our competent brothers and sisters behind and embrace other folks from other countries, especially neighboring countries too as well. I mean, they're right there. So that would just be, what I would add to this to the conversation, and wait until we move deeper into what we all have to say. But for now, all of the documents I've seen and all of the conversation that I've been able to hold on this issue, it is a bad deal, and it doesn't look good.
Thank you very much, Russell. Councillor?
Well, thank you, CEO. A couple of things to respond to regarding this deal, and consistent with my utterances yesterday, I've always said that I won't conjecture or guesstimate on matters of fraud and corruption. I would rather have the facts before me, and those facts should be supported by the evidence, which is we should be able to argue and prove that indeed there is fraud, collusion, and corruption. And that remains my position. That said, a number of things have been raised, and I tried responding to them before, and I will try to do that again today. Number one, I have said on this platform, the issue of Liberianization, when even Dopo was here, is a matter of having clear rules on local content in our regulations. Currently, we are deficit in our department. Ghana has it, Nigeria has it, it is clear. When you have these kinds of investments, it is mandatory by law that you devolve some of that to local companies. We don't have it. It's high time that we get it. Number two, fraud. When you assert fraud, when you say this looks like a bad deal, prove it. State with clarity where the fraud is. All right. Now, as it stands, the only argument being made for fraud is that this guy is controversial in Sierra Leone. No one has produced any conviction against him. No one has produced any court judgment against him. No one has produced any incontrovertible evidence. Rather, people have cited news stories and reportage about him, which we know in our context, any Tom, Dick, and Harry can do and put you in a newspaper and accuse you of anything. It does that go to say that you are guilty of those things? At least as a lawyer, I wouldn't agree to that. Finally, The other point I like to raise is the consistent linking of President Boakai with these things, right? To say, oh, he must have done something. Yeah, President Boakai happens to be the titular head and he oversees everything. But I believe the reason why we have 3 coordinate branches is that when a preliminary examination of a deal is done by the executive, it may not be 100%. But that's why we have a legislature to also play the role and upgrade this deal. And eventually, it should go back to President Boakai. So I don't think, to me, it is fair when we then say, oh, President Boakai is responsible, because everybody in the chain have.
What happened with you, Councillor?
It looks frozen.
Okay. Colonel Gray, can you come in?
They call him. Anyway, Stanton, people of this, a company of this stature, it's only good for you to start checking on their own profile first. When Ethan and Abel Maflon came into Liberia, it died a natural death on the floor of the House of Representatives, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't think even ascended to the Senate level because people are done a bit. They whip the sanity of those making the decision out of this company to prove its credibility. Eaton and Abelmap, maybe there were 2 companies. But this one, firstly, they have a website that is non-functional, and they have a Gmail as the official mail. That's flag number 1. Number 2, you go, they say they've done businesses with other vendors, other countries. You go there, there's no digital footprint transitioning from their website to those claims they're making. And then you look up the company in terms of their asset. And there's one pitiful one that appears on Dun and Broad Street. And the worth of the company is about $3 million. They're claiming that. And that cannot even be sourced. You can't find it anywhere else. It's just on their website. A lot of the stuff they place on the website cannot be verified. So we're talking about integrity. We're talking about credibility. Forget about the local political accusation that project they spearheaded in the past are all in ruins. Those road network didn't last for more than 3 months. I can attribute that to probably local politics. But if it's what digging behind this company, is also what going to verify some of those projects they've worked on before. But furthermore, the company don't even have the asset. It just reminds me of Elenito that came and took a portion of Western Cluster, pocketed and resold it, and made fortunes and left. Liberia is about to spend one of the largest amount of money on a contract that involves so many road networks, including Medina, Robertsport. Can you imagine? You just take all of that, you put in one guy's hand that doesn't even have the money. So he's waiting to fry you with your own oil. So keep searching, you keep seeing one contradiction over another, Stanton. There's nothing tangible or substantive for you to say, this company exists. Now, coming back to Liberia, we do have wealth of engineers. You understand? And I want to believe that the Minister of Public Work is his hands all in this. I saw a lot of trace to him back. So this is a deep conspiracy that is intended to enrich few individuals at the BS of the president. May not even know all of these things. That's why when you're president, you must be an octopus. You must have eyes all over you. But I think people are taking some of those advantages to pocket money, bring shady contractors and make money. And then look, it's the same thing with the yellow machine. Look good into this. I took some notes on some of the findings, man. I didn't see anything substantial. Furthermore, even the gentleman, I don't know, man, Stanton. Let's move on, man.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks. I'm going to bring it, Dr. Richardson. You've been going over the documents. What say you? By the way, Kanye, you went off though. So you want to finish your last 30 seconds, and then we go to Dr. Richardson. Maybe 20 seconds or so. Finish up.
Either way, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I wanted to finish. There were 2 points that I wanted to just conclude on. The first was a point made by Dr. George when he talked about the listing of the company on a stock exchange as a red flag. And I just want to ask Dr. George if he's done research to find out how many Liberian companies are on stock exchanges. Or let's say how many West African companies are on stock exchanges. While it's a good thing, to be on a stock exchange, in our part of the world, you know that there are very few functional stock exchange. So you can use that as an indicator for a company either being good or bad. The other point is that, just recently that Conor Gray made a functional website. Again, these are things that need to happen for freedom of information. But in our part of the world, show me how many of these companies have very functional websites that you can go and find information. So I'm a team, right? Nobody here, particularly me, I'm not against good governance or transparency. I want the best for Liberia in terms of whatever deal it is. But if you raise these claims, don't come with flimsy justification like stock exchange, the website does not function. We got people who have built buildings in Liberia, roads in Liberia. ABK, does ABK have a very serious website? So if it was based on website, we don't give him a contract. Let's be serious about the real evidence. If there's wrongdoing, point out the wrongdoing with the evidence, and let's deal with it as such. But if we just say, the company bad, the deal bad, where is it now? You say the website not functioning, no stock exchange, all of that stuff. To me, it's unfair. Thank you, CEO.
CEO, can I answer the counselor?
Yeah, before you do, let me say something to the counselor though. I mean, it just been less than 24 hours. Wilfred Russell said yesterday, guys, Stanton, look at Minnesota. When we talk about Musa Benete and the bridge building, you guys remember? And I told Wilfred Russell that Minnesota is not Liberia. The counselor beat on me for saying that we should adopt a new system in Liberia, and we shouldn't say Minnesota is not Liberia. But when it comes to a good old friend, Ali Mumbari, Councilor Barbara saying he cares less about website. He cares less about stock exchange. To God be the glory, great thing he has done and he will continue to do. Just less than 24 hours, the councilor wants to change Liberia into Minnesota. But when it now to his best friend from Sierra Leone, Ali Mumbari, the man said, forget about stock exchange. Forget about website. And this is pure double down, red flag, eyes opening. I will leave my ending. I will leave my ending. Because if I continue to say it, then it will spoil the show. But I just want to remind you, and I just told the guys don't call the clip. Then listen to what Councilor Bala said when you were attacking me. This is what we do when we sign contract to sleep with the devil. We accept anything the devil offers. Seriously. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. You have your time to respond, sir. Please
I believe someone was asking for evidence that this company is not good for Liberia. I was just, browsing on the internet, and there's a newspaper called the Gleaner newspaper in Sierra Leone that stated that this company was investigated because they lack transparency in terms of the amount of money that they took out for loan and for the road that they said that they were going to build or whatever infrastructure that they were going to improve. So I want you to check out the Gleaner newspaper, and the date on the paper is June 24th, 2024. There's also another newspaper that said that people were complaining that the work that Perry Ford did was like described to be a death trap. You know, there was a lot of people dying from the work that they did. One of the news pins that I read. But I want to say this, you know, Liberia is an imperialist country. That means that a lot of power is in the hands of the executive government, the executive branch of the government. Okay. So I'm surprised. And my question is, you know, I would have thought that that part of branch of the government would have investigated and looked closely on, you know, this contract before moving it down to the legislature, even though I don't, you know, negate them from, you know, being responsible for passing this bill. Secondly, I like to also add that I'm in 100% favor of the Liberianization process. I believe that laws, I think Councillor Barbara also pointed out that maybe there's laws that we don't have that explicitly say, you know, we have to give 90% of our contracts to Liberians. It seems like that is missing in our country, and that needs to be done. And so I'm not sure why our legislators are not looking in this direction. They're looking to give contracts to foreigners as opposed to say, let's protect the Liberian people. I definitely believe that there's a wealth of engineers, there's a wealth of people, lay people in our country that can definitely get road work done, road construction done in our country. And that's what I wanted to add. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Phoebe, let's hear you.
Yeah, so like I said yesterday, I support, you know, Liberianization policy, and government should start looking at supporting Liberian businesses and construction firms to see how they can do some of these things. Instead of awarding one big contract to one company, sometimes you split it. Give them some 5 mile, 10 mile to small companies, and then hold them accountable. Within a shorter period of time, with that small bits and pieces, you can get them to achieve it in a faster time than just giving one company and go look how to source the money. But there is nothing wrong with, you know, working with a spirulina company also. Just that you should make sure that the deal is done right, and make sure that they are credible, and they can raise the right requisite funds, and the length of time I think they want to do toll bridge, whether they can even raise their revenue after that period of time. Those are all good calculations they need to do. But one thing that I noticed here also, the documents was signed, I think, somewhere in July. The president was in the country in July, but I see that the president didn't sign the document that was sent to the Capitol building. And the Justice Minister signed, the Finance Minister signed, the Public Works Minister signed, the Investment Commissioner signed, but the president didn't sign. But it went to the legislature. Why the president didn't sign? That's a question that we need answers to. And why the legislature honored it without the president's signature, the president in the country, and have been in the country for a good period of time. And those are all questions that I think we need some answers to, instead of just running with this. And so I think that there's a lot of red flag for me on that note, you know, because the president is the head of the government. And if you have a serious concession going to the legislature, $300+ million, and he didn't sign it, then it means a lot. Then now 1 million, now 500,000, now 1,000 change talking about, and more than $250,000. Why they mean of $1 billion? Why the president didn't sign? So I think that's something that we need answer to, and I think the legislature or the executive, the office of the president also needs to speak to that, so at least to give the public some level of confidence.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. And thank you. Can you call that Phoebe and send it? We got to show to our audience.
Phoebe, talk about the president's signature.
It's very sorry. I beg you, Gray. We'll open it for questions. Let's just listen to the last two, Gray. I beg you, Emmanuel had a question too. I had to stop him, please.
I
Let
just
us
wanted to
listen,
say
Lenny,
something.
and Wanto, then we'll come back. Lenny, let's hear you, man.
So I think these are some of the things that sometimes you regret why we don't have a very strong and robust opposition group. Because I think if we had a very robust opposition group, some of these things, they will be on top of it as soon as it happens. It's not going to come on, get on Zoom or get on other platforms, and then it gets drowned with nobody answering some of the questions. These are legitimate questions. Now, I'm sure Honorable Gray will explain about whether the president's signature is needed or not needed. I'm sure he's going to talk about that. But such a huge concession agreement with millions of dollars, you would want to think that somebody, that the president is represented. Maybe Minister of State signature is there. Maybe the Justice Minister. I didn't have the time to look at it, but I think if you had an agreement where you had an opposition, a strong pressure group opposition, some of these things, before they get passed or handed down, it will stop in the track. Because then they will know there are people that want to hold them accountable, hold the government accountable, or all of the boxes will be checked before they even get to the end. So I think we're really at a loss when our opposition group, they are not together speaking on one verse to question some of these things so that the government is compelled to answer some of these questions. I also, of course, as a Liberian, I support like what Fubi's made a very salient point. If you break some of these projects down and try some Liberian companies to do some of them, they may not be able to do the capacity that is being asked for, but they may be able to do a little bit here and there. If we try them and see how they do it, that's also promoting Liberians in their own business, in their own country's economy and business. But I think it's time for the government, for the opposition to either put themselves together as a pressure group or even as a group that can be able to question some of these things and not wait for it to only come on Zoom or come on other platforms to discuss it, and then no one is answering. We're just talking. No one's really being pressured to respond to some of these queries that we have.
Glennie, you caught something so unique, but I will wait for the time for us to discuss it. Indeed, because that will lead us to the question now on opposition political party. And that is so unique to bring up. Thank you. Wanto, let's hear you.
Great. Stanton, just reading the information is being shared. As a Liberian, very patriotic Liberian, I would say I'm extremely angry. The reason why I'm angry is because these are the kind of conversation other African countries are having. You can't ignore the liberation laws because primarily that law provides an opportunity to nationalize opportunities for Liberians. You know, Ghana has it. In fact, beyond just this conversation, there's another conversation will come out on the employment in the World Bank contract we have in our country. Almost 80% they are all skills from Liberia. But the truth here is, you mentioned something that is very unique that maybe we're trying to forget about. It's the fact that we can't ignore a serious breach in the presidential power yet. According to the executive power, they said the president is the head of the executive. He has the executive power to make decisions as head of state. Beyond that, he also appoints cabinet members to work at his will and pleasure. So if you have cabinet member sending in concession agreement without the knowledge of the president, that's a serious gross violation. And that's something we should not overlook yet. This is the pinpoint of the conversation. How is the president not aware of signing major concession agreement going towards the legislature? You know, why are we having, Amaka Belete signing letter as acting Minister of State and sending it without the consent of the president? So we'll come back to the same situation of the yellow machine. Kanye spoke about something that I wish I want to debunk a bit. He said there is no violation. There's a lot of violation here. To argue that there is no violation here, then that means you obviously you haven't read the component race. One, what we see here, we have 4 race. There is extreme red flare hammer in the entire component. The component here is that there is news out there from Sierra Leone that shows that even workers have been placed in rakes and harm. 2 workers in Sierra Leone were killed because of the component rakes. They are The other aspect I also highlighted here beyond that is the mega deal was handpicked. Handpicked. They didn't follow the Liberian procurement concession law. There was no competitive bidding process that's within our law. This entire process, over 370 million, handpicked, completed to a single company. We still don't know how that decision was being made. The track record is also very important, and that's why I want to debunk with Candio. In Sierra Leone, if you take your time and look at Sierra Leone, there are others report that shows this company has commercial bank rates. It's been scrutinized by the National Bank in the tune of over $8.3 billion because of lack of facility, lack of exceptional work output, and this company have numerous lawsuits in Sierra Leone. The other aspect is the demand. The demand here from the government is what we don't know as well. If the company have all of the risks, you can't argue that there's no risks attached to what they bring in the library. So this is very concerning, and I really want us to look at it in different contexts. And let's forget about our political orientation and be honest about this conversation, because this is Liberia. This is Liberia. You have the Violation of Liberation Act, Liberians skills, Liberian component, they're being checked out. You have violation of the presidential power. You have Minister of State sending out concession letter without the consent of the president in this country. Mamaka Berete again. So these are very concerning.
Guys, this is getting so interesting, right? Then you're going to ask yourself the question, and maybe we all will go around. Listen, it's not about joking about the Liberian people. Who's the chairman on public work? Abache. Abache is the chairman on public work. Who is the co-chairman? Snow. Snow is the co-chairman. What is Abache's interest? So Mamaka didn't push this thing on it and she went to bed. Mamaka pushed it in with Mamaka ability, of course. This yellow machine, Mamaka ability. Seriously. You know, when they missed the opportunity on the yellow machine, and I'm saying this though, and I will ask, listen, you can agree, you can ask for a document, but let's say our own and you say your own. My fellow Liberians, they missed an opportunity, $84 million on the yellow machine, which of course today is $21.6 billion, because you and I spoke against it. So Mamaka Benedict says, say your thing that 84 million was too much. I'm going for 364 million. 364 million. Who are involved in this deal? What is interest of Abache? Can you give us Abache picture? Let's show Abache to the people. And you know that Abache is on U.S. sanction for the same reason of kickbacks. Let's establish something. This deal shouldn't be on Mamaka Berete. This deal was about a negotiation that came into the country, and President Bouaga himself, can you bring up those pictures quickly? President Bouaga himself, Bio of Sierra Leone, called President Bouaga on this deal. Congress. President of Sierra Leone, Maria Bio, he called President Bouaga, and he introduced this guy, Ali Mumbari, this guy, to President Bouaga. President Bouaga himself, from our sources, said to Bio, I want you to deal with the individual called Modi Kamara. Modi Kamara is the advisor on economic affairs. He and Sajoni, you guys know him, the economic advisor. That Modi Kamara. Modi Kamara have businesses in Sierra Leone, Colonel Gray. Modi Kamara not only having businesses in Sierra Leone, he had a biological tie with Sierra Leone. He speaks Creole well, connected to Lofa. Let's set this thing straight. Modi Kamara, the guy that came, they've been working on the deal through the IMCC. Y'all know them, and I want you to listen. And at the end of the day, this whole deal got shifted from Modi Kamara to Mamaka Berete. How? It's the mystery. We'll get to it. Mama Ability took possession of this deal. When she discussed this thing, this Mama Ability, with Abochie and the Deputy Minister to Public Work, Prince Tamba. You can see, can you give me Prince Tamba picture? Let's put it up. Prince Tamba is the Deputy Minister on Technical Affairs. And they all came around and saw the deal to be the good deal. President Boyka was skeptical on the deal. Now, Gray and the CDC will get bad. I'm not defending President Boyka. Since July, you look on that document, the president's signature on there. Because he was skeptical, he didn't sign on it. President Boyka, and you can beat on this, didn't know this document went to the House. Mamaka sent the document by a phone call and told these guys from the House, Richard Cohn and all of them, don't put it on the floor. And exactly that's what happened. The allegation that we received 400,000. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is getting into a place to be very, very bad. They push the thing, they wrote a letter, they push it. It never made it way on the floor. Went for Russell, never. They push it. You ask Kanyo, he's a chief of staff to one of them. Maybe he can tell us whether he saw it on the floor. We stand to be corrected, and Kanyo will have to speak on that. Kanyo saying, why you think the deal is bad? These are the reason why it's a bad deal, Kanyo. You will need to tell the Liberian people, as a chief of staff, did this deal make it to the floor of the House of Representatives? What do you know? Your lawmaker, your representative, what did he tell you about this deal that make it to be a good deal? Now,
well, let me respond.
I know you can take your pen and paper. We'll come to you. We got to start with Emmanuel George. Let me push a little bit. When the deal went there, people began concerned. People were asking questions. They amount and they began to investigate. It left the House a representative. It went to the Senate. Amara Conan, they all began to get concerned. They began to speak on this deal. But guess what happened? You have Abochie, you have Darius DeLong, and I know DeLong can talk, he will talk on this one. And the rest of them, they are James Barney, they want to approve this deal as fast as possible. I will leave DeLong all of it. Why Abochie and James Barney want to push this deal? There's a role in the Southeast project, that World Bank project that Abochie wants so badly. This deal with Sierra Leone can only go through if the government guaranteed to give this project to Abochie, the Southeastern Road, that he and James Barney pushing. We gave y'all the project name. And then we gave that deal to SSF. You remember this name? SSF, Amara Conan paid them $5.2 million, the debt he said the government owed them. And SSF been around for a very long time, and the Abochie Pepper Bush, SSF. The government have agreed that Abochie and James Barney will take on the project if only they can pass this deal. The World Bank Finance project will be given, and Abochie, they have agreed that they would go ahead and pass this Sierra Leone project, and Abochie will have his Southeastern Road done. Then we ask the question, what's the involvement with this Deputy Minister for Technical Affairs, Prince Tamba? You have seen before at Public Work. Prince Tamba is the nephew to Joseph Yeman Boyka. Prince Tamba relationship with Mama Ability is not just yesterday. I'm going to pause and I'll go tell the involvement of Prince Tamba on this deal and what makes it so confusing. I'm not here to convince any one of you on this set. We're here to speak to the Liberian people And if you ask me what make the deal bad, I want to ask you what make this deal good for the Liberian people. A lot of mess honors this deal. When they asked Samuel Kofi Woods, and I will end the year, Mr. National Security Advisor, what's your take on this deal? Kofi said, I don't want to hear it. I am not part of it. I don't want to get involved. This gentleman in question asked the man Abdullah Sharif, or what's his name, that owned the gas station, Connect gas station. How you call him, Gray? The guy that owned Connect, the gas station in Liberia. Some kind of Sharif. Gray, maybe you know him. He been around a long time. Gray, you are muted. We're not hearing you. This guy owed Abdallah Sharif. He owed 900,000. This Sierra Leone guy to Abdallah Sharif, 900,000. So when Gray was saying, "Oh, gas station in Sierra Leone are true," Abdallah Sharif still looking for this guy to get his money. The man have the bad character, the worst character you can ever find if you go ask about him in Sierra Leone. So my Liberian people, must we do business with him? Can he provide ICE not $79 million for equipment? A deal that was never signed but rushed to the lawmakers. Nobody questioning why this deal went through to the lawmakers in the 3G or 5G. People say, just get it done. Nobody say you cannot do business with Sierra Leone. But the fact remains is that you cannot do business with a bad Sierra Leone. Or one that have been indicted, I just put it in the chat room by IMF. Massive corruption fell on this guy by IMF. Emmanuel George, let's go on the second round. Let's talk about this, and let's talk about all those connecting pieces. And at the end of this story, Amara Kone, Batikwa, they have said to this guy, and to Roland Guinness, and to Myers, the deputy minister, that let us fix this thing. Let us redo this entire contract. And then we will send it back to the executive for the president to review for signature, then you can send it back to us. So then somebody asked me, is that the work American should be doing? Fix it? When this man cannot show any proof that he can take care of the $364 million deal, why in it for Mamaka? Why in it for Albert Che? I already told you, Albert Che and James Bond will get this stuff done. Why in it for Prince Tamba from right here, Delaware? He's from Delaware. But you know, this woman Mamaka ability again, instead of 84 million this time around, it's 364 million. May God save our state. Emmanuel.
Yes, Denton. Let me start with my dear brother, the counselor. Yesterday in the hearing, the deputy minister was the one who said that the company is going to refinance through shareholder loans and recapitalization. So you can only recapitalize when you're on the capital market. So that's why I'm bringing that point out, Councilor Bala. But let's try to look at the math of the calculation that we have here. This company is charging us $364 million for this project for 255 kilometers of road. 255 kilometers of road is 158.45 miles at $1.2 million per mile, according to, if I take Wilfred analysis, that is $140,000. So there's something wrong with the math here. If we agree that pavement per mile is $1.2 million. So I think the government need to consider this, if my math is right, that we seems to be, and then the government is paying what, 140 or 160 million. So if 190 million is close to that, definitely we can strengthen an indigenous company to complete this contract. Now, to the point, former Representative Grace next after me, what I found out, and I may be wrong, is that executive bills, concession bills national budget, all those bill agreements should be signed by the president before it go to the national legislature. So I'm wondering if we can say that is that this instrument without the president's signature could be seen to be legal. But I've never worked with a representative, so Councilor Bala and Representative Gray could answer that question. Again, it's extremely important for us as Liberians, in my opinion, to start working on indigenous content. And that, again, is what Mr. Cummings have shared on this program. We have to develop our middle class and our upper class in our country. We cannot have a country where we keep giving our best to foreigners, and Liberians are not benefiting from these contractual agreements we have now. As I said before, this company started with a $20 million contract from the Sierra Leone government as an indigenous company that they wanted to build. Why can't we build our indigenous companies in Liberia? Thank you.
Honorable Gray, let's say while we close on this to be continued tomorrow, but let's say your side.
Yeah, Stanley, you struck very important points. Okay. First and foremost, the president's signature is now on the document. The space for the president on the document is now under his signature, that particular page. But what is important is that what was the communication rating? Because there's a transmitter letter. The president will usually write a communication and send it. Any document that he sends to the legislature, like bill, resolution, concessions, there will be a communication from the office of the president, meaning the president, if he's around. This is my understanding. I just spoke to a senator and a representative. Okay. The representative and also representative pass it for any deliberation. They just passed a Mamaka route. When it went to the Senate demanded that they will now honor a communication from Mamaka rather than the president. The president wrote a communication to the Senate. I wish we can get that communication. Yes. The Senate said they will now honor a communication from Mamaka. So the president wrote a communication to the Liberian Senate. That's my understanding from one of the senators not too long. So the president is fully cognizant and aware. That company, let me tell you, that particular company, everyone I want you to listen very well. Go through the entire documents. The Liberian government will almost be getting the loan and giving the money to that company. The company will go 15 kilometers and they will put a toll system to collect money to continue. Pure BMSP. Like Conor Gray and I don't usually agree on many issues. But like he said, we can better give it to a Liberian company if the yellow machine come to the country. Seriously. Because I can bet you anything. A Liberian company can do 30 kilometers. They can take that loan from the bank in Liberia and do 30 kilometers and put a toll system there and collect the money. When you heard the people talking about toll system in the public hearing yesterday, that's a strategy. These guys don't have boot. 1 cent they don't have. Okay, it's just a pure friendship arrangement. Pure friendship agreement, dangerous. And you ask a very important question. And I will go back to my friend Kanu. Your boss man is a lawmaker of the Republic of Liberia. What was his position? As a lawmaker, what was his position on this document when they passed this document? Assuming that he wasn't around, he doesn't even know about it. What is his public position? We need to know. Since Glenn struck a very important point, there are opposition lawmakers. Not because I'm in the opposition, but what's the position? What the public position of the opposition? If you're in our house, even 30 persons, they agree that other people, but 2 or 3 persons, we need to know the position of every lawmaker in our place, especially from the opposition community. We from the CDC need to know the position of our lawmakers who still remain with the CDC. We have to hold them accountable. They have to be very clear and publicly clear. As Fonati has been very clear on the issue of rental, we need to know what the position, these positions have to be articulated strongly in the public. And you will be shocked that it's a pure reciprocity, a quid pro quo, clear. They will bring El Niño. They will bring what the stuff mean. They will bring what What the company name or the company that will left there that they talk rubbish about. They will bring everything back. Their guys will jump into the southeastern region. They will jump into the Cape Mount region. So this is a pure scam. This government has no contact. It's a public record. They have zero contact, and they just depending on scan and a lot of dubious arrangement. It seems to be the Senate is running the country. Starting group of
thank you very much. Great. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Let me bring in Mr. Ralston.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Ross. I don't know. Great, stop that BB Queen.
I know, right?
Stop it, man. Let it keep that thing.
You're trying to get Eddie from the other show again.
Benny is not yet.
I know we may have to do some sort of crash course on pronunciation.
I never said that.
He's thinking about his pro agenda, you know.
Oh, okay.
Oh, maybe that pro agenda.
Let's say you, Winfrey.
No, Stanton. Now, tell me again, what is Senator Snow's role? Which committee is he on? I heard you say something earlier.
All the senators chair a committee. All senators chair a committee, right?
Yeah, I mean, but what committee is he chair?
Public work. Yeah, I'm coming there. Public work is chaired by our chair.
Okay.
And Snow is co-chair on public work.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So okay, that's interesting. So when I said the last time, many of those guys, I mean, we see what's going on now. There are a lot of corruption and malfeasance that goes on there. Snow call on here, all in his feelings and going all out. This is Exhibit A. We're going to go through this with a fine-tooth comb and hold them accountable and ensure that they do right by the Liberian people with respect to this deal. And all of what others have said, very pertinent. And I've not seen any of these contracts and seen all the clauses in them. But Fubi is right. Like if we give a road contract here, or we give some sort of project out here, typically what happens built into that contract document, it would say that it would call for X number of project dollars to go to, say, a special class, for example, like women engineers or minority engineers or whatever, within that project. So if you're getting a project from the Minnesota Department of Transportation, for example, which would be the equivalent agency, we don't have like a public works kind of deal. The cities do, but not the state. But in any case, they will set aside. So whatever company A will get the contract, the entire contract, but to get the government approval for getting that big contract, they will have to agree that a certain percentage of that contract will have to go to, underrepresented class or whatever. So to Fubi's point, so even if they were to give the contract to this company or whatever company, all of these contracts around, right? They should build into these contracts clauses that say, okay, give out X number of dollars or whatever of some of this contract money to a Liberian-owned firm. So that way we can do this. So even if you make the argument that we don't have many Liberian engineers, or we don't have many Liberian companies with the capacity to do this work, this is how we can help to build the capacity. This is how we can help to strengthen those different Liberian organizations and companies. I mean, that would be a brilliant approach if they are indeed interested in ensuring that Liberians' capacity around road construction, or whatever it is that they have. And it's just so many different aspects of the road. I mean, 195 miles of road. I mean, you can subcontract the sidewall portion of it. You can subcontract laying the rocks. I mean, whatever it is, there are just so many different parts of it.
Thank you.
And lastly, Stanton, to Glendy's point, I mean, about opposition parties holding folks accountable, speaking out with one voice. I mean, yeah, that's fine. I think, but the beauty would be civil society groups. I mean, there are a lot of civil society groups in the country too, who can lend their voices and push, to ensure that, they're holding the relevant authorities accountable too as well. Not just on these political parties. So many of this sort of advocacy for holding these government officials and entities accountable, at least here in our context here, many of those things are done by civil society groups, and there were many of them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. Thanks a lot. Sorry, guys, it should be 1 minute, but Russell took more. Conor Gray, let's hear you. Then we'll bring in Councilor Bada and the rest of the guys. Conor Gray, this is it. We're here. I can give this announcement, and to each his own. The Oranto deal, the Total deal, the Private Ford deal, and that of the ArcelorMittal. But next week, what we are hearing, the House of Representatives will be receiving $1.5 million to make sure everything passes. But next week, you go up, you cry on spoon, you cry anywhere, the House of Representatives, we have the Speaker, Richard Coon. Listen to me and listen well. Whether this government came to rescue, we're talking. They don't care whether this thing about a claim, a dirty, that BM, they care less. Not the Senate, because they have not approached the Senate yet. But the House of Representatives have agreed with a price of $1.5 million, declaring everything. Today, if President Baga put another concession agreement in there, they will claim $1.5 million will take them into Thanksgiving and that of the Christmas. This is a bonus for every 73 lawmakers. And Glenny is right. Where are the opposition lawmakers? Will they keep quiet? Are they enjoying the fries and waiting to say, yes, we took the money, but we didn't sign on it? $1.5 million is going through. You can do the math. The House of Representatives, they will sign on Total, they're gone. They will sign on this Private Ford. They care less whether the man get money, whether he can find money or not. They will sign on it. They will sign on the ArcelorMittal deal. It will be a done deal. And they will sign on our Oranto deal. They will pass everything. They got no question. Now, the next big place will be the Senate. Will the Senate follow through? Are you sure that President Barker came to rescue you? Are you ready, show? 42, 43, 44, or 45 years of governmental experience. Are you sure he came to rescue you? Will we deceive? It is not about the executive now, some may say, and that's why we get 3 branches of government. So every cat, every dog, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, President Barker would just send it straight and say, hey, he didn't sign on it. No, his signature on it, that Mama can't carry through. That's not the president. No, who all signed on it? Gafan signed on it. Jeff Blevo signed on it. Oswald Twist signed on it. Oh, you see the president's signature? No. President Joseph Boakai owned blank. Everybody signed it, but President Boakai owned say blank. July 2025. President Boakai signed on it. The president that came to rescue and save the country say he's not signing on it. But with 1.5 million, it going like a lightning speed. Great, Great. Let's hear you, my friend.
Yes, Stanton, this is why I don't believe that if the president refused to sign that he would sign a letter instructing, going forward. I'm still waiting for former representative to present that letter of the president. We can lay hands on that. I think folks are talking about the opposition, but they're forgetting to know that the press, the fourth estate, is a composite part of the opposition. In other words, they're there to bamboozle government to the extent where they'll compel them to comply. I remember when the former information minister said, if Eaton and Ibomaf loan, is tied to the devil, they will stay passive. Sometimes you hear this kinds of level of arrogance because people are so desperate. But now you see why Liberia has remained backward forever. And I feel this is a glaring opportunity for our country to move forward. If the president sits there and everybody, take a bite on his head, posterity is going to remember the Joseph Boakai government. There'll be no Mamaka, there'll be no this, no that. May so rest in peace, there'll be no Grisby, it'll be President Boakai. Posterity will mantle him, raise him high as the individual whose presidency, all of these kinds of things, bro. You see why our country is not developed. And, my brother Kanye came to the US to a college. When you decide to do business internationally, your front door is your internet or your website. Don't say, in Liberia, this is not a Liberian firm. This is an international firm. Before you came to a school, I'm sure you did your due diligence, you search. If those schools were doing things like in your description, the Liberian way, locally, we don't do this, then you probably would have gone to one of those 419 schools. But I'm sure your decision to come to a specific university was informed by what you read and you look at the record. This is a company that is vouching to have international contract here and there, yet they don't even have a functional website. That is the first clue if you're an investigator, my brother, because they will be happy to parade their successes, their worth. You click here, you see ongoing project here and there, nothing like that. And then furthermore, a company that is coming for 400 and some more $1 million contract don't even have a domain name of their own. Oh my God. In this day and age, you talking about Gmail, and I don't raise a flag, my brother? Then I didn't go to Mossad or Israel to be trained as an investigator, my brother. When I see something, I mark it down, and then if I can get 3 conclusions, right away I question the validity of this company. And then forget about the local reports coming from people who have experienced this company as a fraud. And you say, don't pay attention to that. Look, we all can be pro in terms of who will defend or not. But this is about the Republic of Liberia. This is one time we can have road networks all over the country. Well, I'm questioning, why should it be one person? Why does it work? That's my teacher's question. What does this company want to have this humongous, probably this is one of the largest contracts in the history of our country, to go to a foreign investment firm claiming to be a construction firm that does business all over Africa? My brother, There's nothing to show that this company exists elsewhere. Everything is replete with controversy. And our local lawmakers, they'll put that money in their pocket. Those who did it the last time, all of them broke. We see them around. They're passing, some of them calling us for money. That 1.7 will go, it would vanish. But if you lay that foundation for the country, like it will stay there for some 40, 50 years. 1.5 million, but it will go away.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Councillor Bada. Councillor.
Thank you, CEO. I mean, I'll preface my comments by saying that we all want transparency. I want transparency. I want what is best for the country. I want Liberia to be developed. By asking us to be objective and presenting evidence, in no way should be construed as me now wanting what is right. And that's all I'm pushing us to consider. That before you condemn, make sure that you have your facts and your evidence, incontrovertible facts and evidence in order. That's my caution. Maybe it comes out of my legal bearing, but I just think any objective person, that's the kind of mentality we should exude before passing judgment. Now, very quickly, CEO, to some of the points that were raised. Dr. Joyce said stock exchange, recapitalization means that you must be on the stock market. Recapitalization simply means, and Phoebe can jump in there because we all there accounting as Stella Maris, you only try to find ways to finance your company. It doesn't have to be on the stock exchange. You can contract more loans, you can get more debt, you can bring in new investors. There are multiple ways to do that. You don't need a stock exchange to recapitalize. It's good to have it in terms of shares, but it's not a necessity. So that's the point I was making. Want to say the president didn't sign, so something fraudulent has been done. Absolutely not. And I posted in the chat room, that's a gross misreading of the functions of the president. Article 51 provides the president can devolve authority because the president is just one person. The government will not start functioning because the president cannot sign a document. Unless the law specifically say it must be the president signing, that authority can be devolved by law, and it's not illegal. And therefore, you can't argue that because somebody else signed, it is therefore illegal. Again, you should do your research, Wanto, before you make these kinds of statements, attempt to be debunking in ignorance. The third thing that came out is Gray talks about quid pro quo. Representative Gray is quid pro quo, not quattro pro, not pro quo, quid pro quo. Now, when you assert quid pro quo, Gray, again, you must prove. You can say somebody, is tit for tat, money exchange hands. They're doing this because they got something. But I can accuse you of quid pro quo or something. I can accuse anybody here, including Conor Gray, of taking money for whatever utterances he's making here today. Can I prove it? Is it sufficient just to assert these things without proof? That's where I'm coming from. Before we start indicting the president in his whole office, let's have proof. And I'll end on this note, CEO, because I know I've gone on a tandem, here on this one. When you were making your earlier position, CEO, you said, when you came to the end, you say, we will continue this story. That's what you said. This story will continue. Now, in many ways, when you say that, you're telling us that I got this information from somewhere. I'm privileged to have it. But it still is hearsay. It is still your information that you got, and you're telling us or encouraging us, look, believe me, I know what I'm saying, right? Even though I just heard it from some other sources that I claim those sources are unimpeachable, but you should trust me and believe me. Now, I can trust you and believe you. Maybe Akaros will trust you and believe you because he's in the opposition and he wants bad news. Other people can trust and believe you, but other people can still question the source of your information. So it makes it hearsay. So all I'm saying here, and I think people should not make the absolute argument that when you call for evidence, you call for greater rigor, you call for additional information, that means that you are anti-transparency or you just want the wrong things to happen. No, it is just compelling us to go beyond the ordinary and don't get painted black just without the facts. Lastly, 390 million over 25 years. Let's also put that in context. By no means, I'm not PR for this company. You know, I don't represent our legal interest. I have no business relationship with them, but I'm being objective. 390 million over 25 years for build and transfer, that culminates into about how many per year? That's about, and not even all of it. 60% is from government for the company, 40% financed by government. So take 60% of 390 million, you coming around 80 million. Spread 80 million over 25 and divide it. Akara used to quiz. That's what we're talking about on a yearly basis as the real money that's being, you know, contemplated here. Is any money too small to account for? No. But let's put it in context. So I will end on this note. All I'm saying is let's be objective. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
No, let me stay with you a bit, right? I beg you guys. I beg you that Rich is saying.
See, you come and blast me again because when he started, I said, let me stay on you a bit. I know what coming. All right.
No. Which I just want us to talk, right? For the sake of the Liberian people, I won't give everybody a chance. Let me interactive, more interactive. Yeah. Ask a question, right? This is very, very serious when it comes to Liberia. Councillor, do you see anything wrong with this proposed concession that is before the Senate today?
I do, and I can state that very clearly.
What is the issue? What are your concerns?
My primary concern is around Liberianization. Like most of you, I agree that these kind of capital-intensive projects to have at least a substantial participation downstream for Liberian firms. I don't think I see it very clearly articulated. Is it fixable? I think so. And my position is that they should fix it.
Do you have another concern?
I think the second issue I could possibly raise, and I'm just thinking off my head now because I don't have I could possibly raise about this agreement is that on the financing side, clearly these guys are up for recapitalization. I think we could articulate clearly what recapitalization should look like, right? Again, I don't work for the Senate, but since they're recapitalizing, we should have probably an addendum or something that demonstrates how are you going to recapitalize. If maybe they have it.
I don't want to give the other guys a chance to talk, but I beg you, let me ask you my last two questions. Because when you were speaking, I was writing things down, right? Listen, maybe on this set, you are the only no, but now you're raising these concerns, so we respect that. I don't come on the show to beat on you or anyone. I come on the show that we can have conversation for the Liberian people to go home with something. Let me ask you, are you still chief of staff to the representative, like Gray asked you or Gray said? Are you still the chief of staff to that representative?
Absolutely.
What's the representative name?
His name is the Honorable Jeremiah Gao Suka, representative of District 1, Grand Jeddah County.
So you are the representative of Honorable Sukan in his office. Now let's forget about the salary you're taking as a chief of staff and the salary you're taking by teaching to the law school. 2 salary. We can add more, but let's just leave that. I'm not concerned about the money you're making. Let me come back. No, seriously. Let me come back to you. Let us speak truth to power. Did you ask your boss man, the lawmaker, about this document? Did you see it? Did you ask him about this document concerning this project?
But CEO, you know, that is a very unfair question. Whatever conversations I have with my boss is strictly confidential. I will not disclose things to the Republic of Liberia.
I'm not saying tell me about the conversation. I'm asking you, did you ask him about this project? You don't have to go in detail, yes or no.
We have multiple conversations, different types of conversations.
This public project.
CEO, I will not specifically mention confidential information with my boss.
It's confidential
I
to mention,
keep to him with a lot of other things.
and I want the Liberian people to understand this, right? You work for the Liberian people as chief of staff to the office of SOCAN. That's what you do. You come on the show pretending that you never saw the document, you never read through the document. But you are the chief of staff to the lawmaker. You should be the one telling us more about this project than pretending that you never seen the document. Yesterday you said, CEO, if you have the document, share it. We don't have the document. It speaks to your credibility. As genuine as you are, and I think you are a disappointment. You cannot.
But CEO, you say I'm genuine, and you say I'm pretending.
No. But man, you know I've been sarcastic. You are never a genuine person. Not to me. I just been sarcastic.
Well, you see, you beat it on me again.
Yeah. But you tell your own now. You tell your own. Let's move on. Let the Liberian people see something, right? You work as a chief of staff to a lawmaker. You come on the show, everything has to do with the house. You pretend as if to say you know nothing. You're a good lawyer. I really want to believe so. One that have never practiced in front of any court, George. But that's okay. But the issue remains, my friend. Don't be a matter of this set. Matter is anything that has weight and take up space. Don't be that we learn that integrity in Liberia. Don't be a matter.
Well, maybe because this matter disagrees with you most of the time.
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. And I beg everybody to give me 3 seconds and they agree. So let me finish. What concerns us is that you pretend like you never seen the bill. You pretend you never had a conversation on it. You come on the show and say, well, CEO, you get a document, share it. But are you know it? How the Liberian people want to know from you as chief of staff to that lawmaker, how this document, how did it leave the House of Representatives? Did your boss man sign on it? Did he see it? Did he argue on it on behalf of his district? And you advise him to? How did it leave the House of Representatives to go to the Senate? Were there any argument where it placed on the floor at all? Can you tell us?
Well, CEO, that's a direct question. This is what I can say. Firstly, I know my boss, Honorable SOCAN, to be a very conscientious man and very meticulous. Whatever decision he takes, which is confidential in nature, and I will not disclose to the Republic of Liberia because Spoon speaks to the Republic of Liberia. I will not come here, and you know I won't come here and tell you exactly what I discussed about things regarding other issues.
Did your boss argue on behalf of his district? So it means that you don't know anything. Thank you very much, the great counsel.
No, but you can't accuse me of pretending again because
you don't have that. I do appreciate you. Thank you very much, my dear friend and brother. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's it. You just get to know today that Francine, Chinua Richardson, Phoebe Henry, 12212, Emmanuel George, Akaris Mose Tereka Tonika Gray, my brother, the corner, Eremi Gray. The man that's also gave us this information and speak truth to the Liberian people. He's sitting on the show. He represents the chief of staff to the office of a representative, and he said he doesn't know anything. What a man!
Didn't say I didn't know anything.
I'm going to go ahead. We're going to go back to Dr. Francine. Honorable Gray, let's hear you.
Yeah, you know, Stanton, I deliberately and willfully brought this idea of a man being a COS. And he was being disingenuous. And he is disingenuous. And he can defend himself in the court of competent jurisdiction tonight. Okay. For the fact that you are a chief of office staff to a representative, and the discussion came yesterday, and you acknowledged that you yourself had not seen the document. Yesterday, that's what you said. But you come back to deception tonight to say, yes, you discussed with your boss man on the document, but you cannot see it. What was the discussion? That's inherent contradiction from yesterday to today.
I never said that, Akara.
You said that yesterday. You said we all understand. I'm not seeing the document. The tape is there.
Agreed,
It's a
but I
public-
didn't say
it's a
today
public-
that I
No,
discussed the
that's-
document with my boss. You can
Now,
misquote me,
that's-
Gareth.
No, excuse me now. You are defending yourself in a court of competent jurisdiction because you are here pronouncing word QURCK, not QURC, QURD, but we'll get into that. We'll get into the exegesis of those things after the show.
No, I said quit. You said qua.
Well, excuse me, we'll get into
Well,
that.
let them up to
But
speak,
this is
guys.
the
I
issue.
beg you. Great, finish up, man. Please.
Yeah, let me finish up. This is the issue, and there's the hypocrisy and the deception here. We must know what was your boss position, and you must know it must be a public record. It's nothing hidden. Your boss is working for the Liberian people. You are challenging all our lawmakers publicly, including the former Speaker of Fanatic Copa on Oriental D, different things. You are in the public glare, but you have come here willfully. You have refused to say to the public what has been your position and what has been your boss position on this $364 million deal. But you can say your position publicly on Oriental and other things. So what is your boss position? We need to know. You are the head of that office. You run that office as COS. Not only that, but you're on government payroll in the executive branch of government at the law school. That is double dipping. You are not being compensated. You are on full payroll. And you do consultancy at the raw funds. You are very clear.
If you want education on the law, ask me. There is a law to the effect that when you teach, you are exempted. So don't lie to the people.
Wait 1 minute. Akaris, we got to go to those that have not spoken. Let's leave it there. We'll come back. Akaris, we got to go to those that have not spoken.
Your boss position on the passage of the $364 million.
Thank you, Akaris, great. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Let's hear you. Fubi Henry, my brother, 1 to T12. This is getting interesting, but this is what the people expect from the Spoon Talk on a beautiful, beautiful Wednesday evening. I want to say to all of you, we got but another 40 minutes to spend in your living room. Like my brother, Dr. George, would say, in your kitchen while you're cooking or you're eating or you're baking something. We want to appreciate you. And in this token, I'd rather like to say, I'm so happy, I'm so glad. Again, to say to all of you, come whenever you are. We are glad to have you. Let's talk the Liberian people talk. My sister, my friend, Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson, the man working, the man off it, but the man say he can talk.
Well, I just
wanted to let me announce Dr. Richardson. I'm back in. I got to do this. CEO Stanton with his spoke. I work, listen, at the House of Representatives as a chief of office staff to one of the representatives whose name I will not give you. Kanyos Bagbada knows very well that all offices receive copy of the documents in question. That all offices receive copy. I'm reading exactly for bending the what it meant to me. Receive copy.
The first person who received that document.
Receive copy of the document in question. Kanyo is being dishonest. Thank you. Dr. Richardson, let's talk.
Yes, is the one who received all documents coming to the office.
So I've expressed about this contract, this construction contract. My primary concern is having Liberians receive the opportunity, receive the opportunity to be able to participate in constructing the roads. But I have an even greater concern about the fact that a bill will go to the House and the president's signature is not on that bill. And somebody tells me that it's legal, it's okay, that the president's signature does not have to be on a bill. I'm concerned about that, especially when we have a president who goes around and is branded as he's going to rescue our country, which means that he's going to improve our country, which means that he's going to talk about infrastructure, tourism, healthcare. And I feel like he, as president, because we have an imperialist government, the president is in charge, he should have reviewed and speak for the Liberian people, see what is in it for the Liberian people. But somebody's telling me that it's perfectly legal. So if it's perfectly legal for that to happen, I also hold the House of Representatives and the Senate responsible. They did not flag it. They received the letter, which we have yet to know what was in that letter, because I'm told that a letter accompanied the bill, even though he didn't sign it. Then what was in the letter? What did the letter say? So
1.5 million were in the letter for them.
yeah, and that is concerning too, to hear that we have no faith in.
And you know, sorry to cut you. You know, if Kanye representative receive his own share of the 1.5 million, Kanye will be receiving his own share.
Yeah, he got some.
Go ahead, Dr. Francis. They get the money here coming. Go ahead, Dr.
No,
Francis.
he got something today.
And I just have to say, I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that as the legislature, they just went ahead and pushed this bill. I want more people to be more patriotic in our country. I know that people are saying that, maybe we the opposition should speak. But if you look at the composition of the 73 lawmakers and the 30 senators, you will find that 25 of the senators make up United Party. Okay, 10 makes the CDC in the 73 lawmakers. I mean, the House of Representatives. So of course you have the individual numbers, that come down, that will go as far as maybe the independent people who subscribe to that ideology, like they call themselves the independent. But we just need patriotic Liberians. Even if you look at a United Party, if you go into lawmaker, the 30 senators, 30 makes up United Party. So if we have a regime lawmaker, a regime speaker that calls himself a regime speaker, what do we expect when these bills are around? What do we expect?
Dr. Richardson, can I ask you a question? I know you in flag will bring in Fubi and our brother Wantu. Dr. Richardson, what is your political leader position now? He is a representative from Sake Play. What is his position? You also have Yobo, who is in your party. You also have J. Melvin Cole, who is in your party. What are the positions now on this thing? Why aren't they talking? We're not hearing from them.
And you raised a good point, Stanton. I just also want to say, when I'm on this show, I was a panelist before I became the global chair of CMC. So when I speak, I'm not speaking for CMC. I will speak for CMC, and I will tell you, my audience and the panelists, that I'm speaking for CMC. But at this point, I'm speaking in my own name, Dr. Francine Chenoweth Richardson, former and one of the most consistent female panelists on the show. I didn't get a chance to speak to any of the lawmakers that belong to CMC party as of today. I will definitely come back to you and tell them where they stand as it relates to this contract.
Yeah, we need to know, especially Musa Benete, who is in Europe. Well, we're going to beat on you till you give us his position.
One thing I can tell you, that Musa does not hide his position on issues, and you said rightfully that he's traveling. So I'm sure he's going to have a position on this matter that the entire Liberian people will know.
So am I correct? Only 3 representatives for now, right? Yobo, Melvin Cole, and Lada Musa, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Chief Fubi, let's hear you, my friend.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, the issue of the president not signing when he has been in a country, for me, that's the most important topic, point for me. And that one got nothing to do with dedicating responsibility. The president didn't travel and leave the country in the hands of somebody to manage it, and the bill came up. The president was in the country in July, the president was in the country in August, the president was in the country in September. So, and the bill went, if you see the stuff there, there's no date on it. It just said July 2025. So all of those things are issues that we have to consider. And you can send something to the House without even putting a specific date. And you can have a cover letter, fair, but at that point they say approved by the president, and that approval was not given. You have people attesting, you have other people, standing on behalf of the different ministries, attested by the justice minister, but the approval by the president was not given, and there's no date. So that's critical. We can spin it all we want to spin it, but that's something that for me we'll look at. So I think the House also they got a part to play. Liberians have always labeled them as being corrupt. And every time they have a chance to justify that, they can justify it. You know, and that's what they keep doing. You know, sometimes at least you gotta make the people ashamed. You know, push back. Sometimes, look, go and get it right. You can bring your bill. Nothing wrong with, like I said earlier, nothing wrong with giving yourself a contract. You know, but also factor in Liberians. Let Liberians benefit from the big part, because that's how you build their capacity. That's how Liberian company will grow and get strengthened. At least they can start taking up bigger concession later, because now they might not have the capital to do bigger projects. But if you give them some 5 million, 10 million, 20 million within those small stuff, they build a capacity over time. They can even now banks can trust them to give them bigger financing to take up bigger projects. And the government should start looking at supporting Liberians in that direction. You know, it's not something difficult to do.
But Fubi, let me ask you a question. Fubi, who usually do the vetting when this company come in the country? Do we have any?
So for this one, I think the public works first has to will take the first shot. The investment commission also take another shot at that. So in the public works ministry, even giving a no what is the name?
Yeah,
no objection.
No objection.
No objection bidding process. At that point, you also defeat the purpose of even giving other people a chance that have the competence and have the requisite, you know, ability to also take up such project. You know, I think that's something some of the things they have to look at. We understand all of these things.
Let me ask a question. The reason why I asked this, right? In December 2018, workers of the Pavi Fort in Gambia, employees had to demonstrate for their pay. It's there. The videos are there. In Gambia, they didn't pay the people. Then they got to go to the state house and the court this guy why he's not paying the people. Right? They barricade the company head office in Sierra Leone. Another one, demanding payment for outstanding wages. In August 2025, payment for staff members in Gambia, they logged a complaint with the police stating that they had not been paid for. People from Gambia telling us and sending us the video. They have not been paid for 3 months. And this is the message. I'm waiting for my money to come from Gambia. The Gambia have problem with the man. Who are doing vetting and who actually fighting for the Liberian people? It's all online.
Yeah.
And it's not secret. So I'm gonna also say to you, because I'm tired of putting this thing up, right? I beg you, just bear with me. It's very important that you bear with me. And I think I put this in the chat room. Look at the report about this Pavi 4. It was in the chat room. Whether you guys saw it or not. This is the guy. IMF exposes Pavi 4 $67 million white elephant project. You guys saw that? Wow. IMF. The man not do anything locally no more. He gone global. Like a global channel we got on the show yet. Yes, sir. The man gone global. What the hell is global chair? She ran away. Yeah.
Emmanuel, you global chair?
The man said global chair no more.
USA chair.
According to a Delta assessment.
USA chair, I told the man over.
Yeah, but you can't be global because nagging there need it.
So I mean, listen, I just put this in the chat room, right? Take a look at it. These are reports coming from IMF, the World Bank, who actually fighting for the Liberian people, who doing the vetting, who actually standing there. You give it to Abache looking for a project from World Bank in the southeastern region. He care less. Abache say I own sanction already. I don't care how many sanction America can put me on. Abache say you put me on sanction 1-2 times at your business. I will do what I gotta do and get my money. This man is chair on public work. This is the same Abache say that forgave Roland Giddings concerning the $200 million. You remember? The man was on the floor and said, I want off. We'll forgive Roland Giddings. $200 million fly out of the window. This Abache. It's all about the money going in the pocket. And then we turn to President Bouaga and we say, yes, this president, God has sent him. His name is Joseph. He was placed in a well. They saw him to Paul's fire. Paul's fire went trying to eat something. He ran away. But I don't know about the other Joseph running away. But he ran away. And then when he ran away, guess what happened? God helped him, and through him, the children of Israel have food when there were no food. And God blessed the children of Israel. And that's the story about Joseph. But this other Joseph, anything mama can tell him, that's what he will do. The other Joseph, anything mama can tell him, that's what he will do. How can you send Mama Cat to send the document to the lawmaker and this Joseph refused to sign? Joseph Yimabwaga, the president, he refused to sign, whether knowingly or whether it's the game. But this is what the president said. It didn't pass it at the basement, they just send it in. What I tell you, brother, want to. They pass it at the basement, they send it to the lawmaker.
It's embarrassing, very embarrassing. I come back, I like the fact that you lay out that. And I always say,
global chair is back, want to go ahead.
Can you purport himself to be a legal scholar? But sometimes it's very concerning how he misrepresent facts. For someone who is a counselor at law to distance the president from decisions as such is very embarrassing. Let's go to what the law says. Waited so long to be able to come back to the argument. I wrote that down because for me, I like this kind of exchange. If you come into a discourse, you must be research oriented, or else you'll find yourself, phalanxing in the base of falsehood, and we have to be able to correct it here. And that's the essence of the true beauty of political and social discourse. The Constitution is very clear as possible, Stanton. It says the cabinet actions is presidential action under the liberal constitution. The executive power makes the president head of the government. In fact, he appoints the cabinets. So all of the cabinet members are being appointed to serve under the jurisdiction of the president. So the implication of this means that when the cabinet takes a determinative steps, that means it is institutionally not separable from the president. He created the cabinet, he leads it, and he cannot be removed from it in any circumstances. But that's not the only case. You're asking a very important question about who makes the decision. According to the procurement law, there is something called interministerial decision-making process. There is sessional cabinet members that stand to that interministerial that vet concessions, that make decisions on concession. According to our law, the cabinet gave green light on the source of concession. Before the green light is being done, according to the PPC Act, concession may be granted through source-only base. That means the determination is done with full consensus with the president. So again, we need to be able to separate this kind of falsehood from very, very, very driven conversation. Fundamentally basing intellectualism on falsehood to justify one's political view. We should not be doing this. This is terrible, very terrible. What Kanye did here is extremely unpatriotic, very unpatriotic. What are you? And that's my point. Since the foundation of centrism, Kanye have never disagreed with government. You cannot do that as a Liberian. You must find fundamental flaws of government. There must be areas where you point out and say this is extremely against nationalistic act. Yeah, it's a very interesting thing. Kanye said one of the flaws you find in due is the Violation and Liberation Act. But he argues against that very violation. So that means he wants no Liberian to have opportunity to compete for roles in high-skilled job and contract. This is a Liberian saying that it's okay to give a Sierra Leone over 300 plus million contract. And yes, it's justification. The justification is that the company brings 60% in the due, the government brings some percentage. That's a flawed analysis. This is an entire contract that will also factor into the MCC compact if it goes through, because the MCC compact has a lot to do with energy. So we should not be doing this. It's embarrassing for me personally, because I do believe that some conversation must have general consensus. If you love this country, patriotic about this country. And that's why I wanted to base my analysis.
Again, want to thank you very much. I want to say thanks to all of you guys. Again, to be continued. The reason why we said to be continued, because you guys got to go over this thing over and over. Say everybody have the contract now. Can you refuse to give it to us? But thank God we have it. Go over it, take more notes, and we can discuss it again more. But I can guarantee you on this document, what I wrote down, Kayo, I don't talk to people I receive document. If you say anything to me, send me document, I'm not taking it. So everything I say I receive document, but I cannot share certain documents because then I will be exposing my sources. So I keep it to protect my sources. So when I say it, you will see it coming to pass. From the house, Oranto, Asaramita, Private Fort, Total, they all go seal. Nope, if and a but. The guys will see your lawmaker will receive part of his $1.5 million. President Biden will be coming back tomorrow, right? The 6th. Tomorrow, Thanksgiving Day, holiday. We're going to pray to God. Anybody know what the president coming back with? We got about 30 minutes left. Emmanuel, what are you hearing? Then I will say my own, what I know he's coming back with. Do you know anything? What do you think about the president trip, Emmanuel?
Oh, I think, again, I've said it on the show before. Personally, I believe a Liberian president should travel only 3 times in a year. The United Nations General Assembly, the Organization of African Unity meetings of head of states, and ECOWAS meeting. All other things can be handled by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Finance, and other ministers. I think the president should stay in country and try to develop plans by looking at Liberian natural resources and see how we can develop ourselves internally. All these foreign trips is a waste of money. Most of the time, it's a waste of time. And then we make our president super backers, because every one of us sit home with expectation that the president is going to bring something when he travels abroad. So our presidents now travel to become super backers. We cannot continue to be a backer nation. And that's why my political leader, Mr. Alexander Cummings, will continuously tell Liberian people that we have to look in and develop our country from within. We have to make sure the systems we have work in our country. No matter how many times President Joseph Boakai traveled, when the judicial system is bad, investors would not be willing to come to the country. We only have people that Perfect Ford and Oranto coming to reap in our countries because they have the loophole to bribe and get their way through. But serious investors and serious companies will not come until we get a justice system and a judicial system right. So again, we have to stop making our president super backers. And those of us who our president have put in leadership positions should start thinking about how we can make our country a great country that will attract people to our nation, and not always be in expectation. The president travel where he bring him back for us when he go to a foreign country. I don't think President Boakai is bringing anything back with him when he come back besides goodwill and a wonderful presidential welcome to France.
That's it? You think so?
Oh yeah, I think so. All that we have is goodwill and wonderful. When President Weah went to France, there were promises, and the promises, all the money that were promised, stay in France. That's what the foreign country would do most of the time. They promise you money, but it don't reach to your country. President Clinton promised $1 billion fund to fight malaria. Where the money went to American universities? Did they come to Liberia? Did they fight any malaria? They sent it to the university to do research. That's the promise we have. President Obama practiced $1 billion of electricity for Africa. Where is it? The research was done in America. The American companies are giving a contract. We have to look at our country to decide what we want and develop from within, and stop traveling all around the world being backers, because all these president promises they make will be to give to investors in the country, to give to research in the university, for French people to research things that should be solved in Africa. We don't benefit at the end.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Akaris, let's hear you. The president on his way back home. He will be home tomorrow. He spent 10 days out of the country. And what do you think? Was it worth it though?
So I've had my position on that. You know, sometimes when I see the PR, like some of our men, you know, running with unnecessary PR, the president is bringing nothing, absolutely nothing. Zero. The president goes to France, he gets all the honors. The one that the president will be bringing from France is to kind of cement the Mitterrand deal. That's all. Nothing has. Did you hear the president? Look at. Did you hear the president saying what he got? But Ghana told you what exactly they got. Public record. Did you hear him saying that, oh, I got 100 million. We signed this agreement that brings this benefit to the country in the agriculture industry, 100% in the time frame and all of those things. Everything's still there by the foreign ministry. Everything is ambiguous. The president goes to the Middle East. Why does he come back with? The lady of agriculture that everyone accused, oh, she's corrupt, she worked with CDC government. He gave her a job. That's what the president is coming back with. And I will make a comparative analysis. When President Weah went to France in February of 2018, he came back with minimum of 10 million United States dollars. When he went to Dubai, he came with the Emery Hospital. That public record. President Boyga goes to the same Middle East. He came back with one appointment on the carbon issue, mortgaging our country. That's all. So we can, I don't care how you sugarcoat it, waste of state resources on a private jet, charter private jet, for like a week plus, parading from one country to another, the same thing you criticize. And when we speak, people say, what are you speaking about? You cannot justify that today. But in conclusion on this subject matter, I want to say something, and that has been disingenuous because of people listening and went to struck that point. Article 50 of the Liberian Constitution says all executive powers inherent in the President of the Republic of Liberia. For the councillor to sit here tonight and say that the president can relegate that authority.
No, we finished with that now. We passed on that. Let's make progress here.
No,
It's after 11. No, but you do that in your closing. You spoke about the president coming back. Let's stick with A, and we'll finish with A, my brother.
Your brother trouble on us.
All right. There'll be a time and season to blame Stanton. So let's go back.
There will be a moment of the Tintin nabulation. And that will be 2029.
I will not follow you. I will not follow you with any big words. I will not do that. No. I will not follow you with any big words. I beg you. This is not.
You grow to blah blah for you.
No problem. This is not Kobo. This is not Kwabo. Akwabo, Kobo, Kwebo. I don't know how you call it. Russell, let's go ahead, my friend. What do you think, President Boyga trip?
Well, I'm hoping it's gonna. Can you guys hear me? I heard some.
You're good, Russell. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, it's difficult to predict. I'm hoping that he's going to come back with some bag of goodies for the nation. I mean, when you go on these trips and at this level, obviously he's not coming back with a bunch of bags and supermarket bags with different things in it. So let's wait until I want to wait until he gets back and announce and maybe put a release out as to what was received. I think I don't want to get into the position of prejudging what the president is going to say. I'm sure that these long visits will culminate in something tangible and something good for the country that he's going to be announcing. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, Stanton. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give the administration the benefit of the doubt and hear what they have to say when they arrive. I don't, unlike some other governments, I'm not expecting them to be holding Louis Vuitton bags and Gucci bags and all of this stuff coming in with a lot of things in it. So I'm waiting. They're going to get.
Thank you.
They're going to get back. And then release a statement with all.
So when the president is out of the country, Brother Russell, like the Ghanaian government did, they announced we'll be having military training. This is why the president is coming back with. So for our government, we shouldn't do those things, right? We can't say.
No. I mean, people have different approaches now.
Okay.
That
So
different
you're waiting, right?
For me, I'm waiting. I'm giving the administration the
Well,
benefit of
finish
the
saying
doubt
it now.
because I will be really disappointed. I'll be surprised and disappointed if the president came back and did not release some sort of statement outlining all of the different agreements and all of the different things that they may have negotiated and received while he was abroad, while he was in France. So,
Okay.
I mean, this is a very responsible government, so I expect that they will be able to do that. So just a different approach in what the Ghanaians are doing. So
Okay.
we'll just wait and see.
All right. Thank you very much. Let me come to my own corner. Conor Gray.
Oh yes, Stanton, thank you, my brother. We've heard from the grapevine that the president will be bringing some goodies. I don't like to run around with rumor because the authenticity of some of the rumors, I struggle with it. I'm not being able to verify those information. But a president in the physique and age of President Boakai doesn't find pleasure in just traveling if it's not meaningful. At least I lay that premise as my hope. And I've had some big money, some be attached to some of the amount of money that will be the goodwill that will come to Liberia. But again, we can receive as much goodwill as anyone can be if you don't know how to manage the goodwill so that your country can become independent. As somebody said, we're beggars. You can beg and yet still you become very wealthy, tax-free. But if you know how to manage it, and that is the problem we have as a country. Gone are the days when a president goes to France and he gets 10 million and then his own party, his party official are saying that those money are his, not for the country. And pretty much when President Boakai is coming in, you will hear if he has anything to share, will share. But people like him like to hold things to their chest until it materialize to the extent where people see it. But again, those money must be goodwill, and then they must be manifested in ways that the country would benefit, especially the common man. Not just somebody talk about Louis Vuitton bag. That was the same euphemism that attract the former government. But this is a responsible government, I believe it. But if they lack management, they will lavish the goodwill, and then Liberia just remain the same. We have big money, like Madam Salif era, big money they call. But look at the country, because we lack management. Center. That's my
Thank you
opinion.
very much. Thank you. Councillor, let's talk about JMB returning tomorrow, sir.
Thanks, CEO. We're in a phase in international development where countries are moving from aid to trade. And a lot of people have not caught on. This whole idea that when a president travels, he's going to come back with some money in his hand that's donated by another country. We've passed that phase. It's pedestrian. And people need to start looking beyond donations, because some of these donations are actually Trojan horses. They're giving to you, but under the table, there are other requests that are made, so you don't examine the improper frame. So people should firstly start to move away from this idea that they're going to give us one container of rice, or Japan is going to supply this to us. No, it's about trade. Now, in the context of trade, something that Dr. George said, why aren't recognized companies coming to Liberia? But recognized companies have come to Liberia under President Boakai. HPX is a recognized company, 1.8 billion invested in the country under President Boakai. Total Energies just returned to Liberia, one of the major European companies now operating within the energy sector. It's a serious company under President Boakai. While he was in France, not only did he have conversations on the renewal of one of the biggest taxpayers we have in the energy sector, ArcelorMittal, by the way, which is up for renewal, and that's a major concession. But in addition, you know, in the fine print, a lot of you missed it. President Boakai held a conversation with MEDEF. MEDEF is the French Chamber of Commerce comprising over 790,000 companies working in France and across the European Union, the gateway to the French economy. They made a commitment to come to Liberia in the first quarter of next year to explore investment opportunities. That is trade, not aid. That's what President Boakai is coming with. Also, while he was there, he constituted the Carbon Authority. Akara phrases it as a job creation for one person, but because he loses the macro perspective. For too long, we have people just giving money to Liberia for carbon trade without the appropriate framework. That's why President Boakai went to the Middle East, because he constituted an authority so that we can monetize our national resources through the Carbon Authority. That's what President Boakai is coming with. And the people just took all their opposition garment and read the fine print for trade. You will see that he is indeed coming with things, but we must work for these things. We must capacitate our companies. We must engage in trade. Not people donating cash and rice and container to Liberia, because it's been demonstrated and documented by serious economists like Dambisa Moyo and others that aid does not develop a country. That's what President Boakai is coming with. So let's take this idea from our minds that people are saying, oh, we went to this place and they gave us $10. No, that's not what leaders do. And when the president travels, there is a very important reason why he travels. I'll close on this point, CEO. Dr. George said, why the president can send the minister abroad to travel and stay in town to be running behind concession and other things and making plans. So what the Concession and Investment Commission people for in town if the president must stay to do that? I think it's just contradictory. There's a lot that President Boakai is coming with. I think if we took away this opposition mentality, we will be able to see, and we should be able to read the fine print. That's my position on the matter. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Councillor. Dr. Richardson.
I'm gonna wait and see what the president says when he gets home. But according to, you know, some of the readings I've done, it said that he's there to strengthen bilateral ties and improve discussions on trade, investment, energy, and education. So when he returns home, it is my expectation that, you know, he will tell us how he strengthened and perhaps brief us on the discussions that he had in these areas that I mentioned. But, you know, whether we're trading or whether we're accepting donation is about management. That's what you know, Remy said, is how are we managing that trade or that donation? That is the question, okay? Are we trading right now? You know, when someone argued, are we trading fairly? When someone argued that perhaps the president went to speak about ArcelorMittal, are we collecting accurate royalty from the billions and billions of dollars that ArcelorMittal export out of Liberia yearly or regularly? Are the people of Lima benefiting from that trade that we have? That's the question. And like someone said, in my opinion, that's why the world is using Zoom. They're using the computer these days. You don't have to have these costly travel, these expensive travels all over the world in order to strengthen or have discussions. You can use Zoom. You can send limited delegation, and it won't be as costly. So we need people to sell our country. We need people to speak on behalf of the Liberian people. So what are we trading for the Liberian people? What are we doing for the Liberian people? How are we strengthening our justice department? How are we using our beauty of Liberia to sell it to other countries so that people can want to come and invest in our country. That's the mechanism that I'm thinking about here.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Chief Fubi, what's your take on JMB coming back?
Yeah, so to a larger extent, I also agree with the points that Kanyo raised about not. I've always spoken against the 888 mentality. Though I heard about I think the last show or two you mentioned the 200 million, which is good for the country. It's something that they can divert into whatever use for the benefit of the country. It would be something good. But I would encourage the government to move away from this aid mentality and go into more productive stuff that will create jobs in the country locally so that people can actually try to improve their living conditions. Because the more we have received aid for so long, we still see the country backward and nothing significant has changed. So we have to move from that whole please help me, like when George Weah just took over, when he went everywhere he went, I inherited a broke nation. And now he was pushing on. I inherited a broke nation. And he went Nigeria, he went France. I inherited a broke nation. Please help me. I inherited a broke nation. Please help me.
The children can go play today. The children that you get, they can go play.
I inherited a broke nation. Please help me. So we have to move from that. That our local revenue can support the infrastructure that he built.
I mean, what they breaking back? You need that thing.
He didn't need France money to do that. So
project in the Robin.
I know, Gray, you gotta be patient, my man. Let the man close.
When you hit me on when they're talking at home, you can't talk. When they start talking, they hit that corner, they kind of defensive.
Well, you want me to say something when you were speaking, right? You invited me on this. Somebody sent me the text. It was Stanton. Joel went all the way and said he inherited a broad nation and we took it back from him.
Yeah. So the invisible pipe that they play.
I'm not talking to you, my man. Where's small? You just wait.
My man, you have to
that invisible park is misplaced.
Wait, I beg you. The person said Chief Fubi is right. Joel, we got you on tape. They inherited a broke nation. They broke nation and say, you're not carrying the message all around Conor Gray. So let's take it back for you and then take it back for the man. So tell him.
Inherited or private jet.
Let me 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. You are bad to Fubi.
I think my first point is I do disagree with the argument on A. I think it's a misrepresentation of what A. The first thing I want to lay out is that if you take a clear understanding of what the United Party arrest agenda is, you wouldn't argue against it. Because about $1.9 billion, $1 billion from that comes from development assistance and international NGO aid. So in that knowledge, to argue against aid means that the government will absolutely not succeed, because the government plan is heavily dependent on foreign multilateral aid to survive. And the reason why I want to scrap that is that
I can't for lunch tomorrow.
There is a misrepresentation. The other thing I also think that's also very important is I don't think aid is charity. Part of the reason is because Liberia is not the only country that gets aid from around the world. So what is very interesting is that Liberia is considered a heavily dependent country on aid. A bulk of our budget is being sponsored through aid, right? The national budget, when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to education, infrastructure, even the debt management is being controlled by the IMF. So, we should be fair in this kind of argument of providing fair and, realistic analysis, not just on the basis of just making assumptions. Oh, no, we got to. Dambisa Moyo said, Dambisa Moyo was Zimbabwe. Go check the IMF records Zimbabwe and see the statistics. the truth is, it's nice to quote all of these very, interesting economic principles and theories. In practice, it's impossible to live without it. Yes, what is interesting, I'll just provide this note. When the USAID project, exited Liberia, they were funding the Mary Health program around $10 million. When they left Liberia, that project, you know how much government was spending? Government was funding $1 million. USAID spending $10 million. When they left, that project crashed. Even if you do statistics on the National AIDS Control Program, as we speak right now, it's been heavily funded by international funding. All of these programs, right now as we speak, domestically, that's the next challenge that will come in Liberia. Some of the international funded projects, that's the upcoming challenge. So
let's try to close the show. If we already get we got 5 more minutes left. Want to thank you. It's been a beautiful show, by the way. We come here, we try to manage our time well. I would try to be at 3 o'clock every day because we got a lot of information we can get to them. So if you can join me before the exact time of 3:30. But I want to say to all, right? President Joseph Iman Boakai traveled to France, right? Listen, a beautiful place. I've been there before, but I didn't leave the terminal. So I can say, can I say that I traveled there? And we got down, right? I can say I traveled there, right? At least I looked outside of the terminal, I saw some bush and forest and things. No, I didn't get on, right? Okay, I was in the plane, I didn't get on. But anyway, I went there. You can say that. But here's the issue. The president went there for one unique thing. Say anything you want to say. To sign the ArcelorMittal $200 million signing bonus agreement. The president went there. The president met Macron. The government went in to ask for $500 million. $250 as per this bonus agreement. Then another $250 million to come as pre-arrangement, as the president gave them another 25 years. So the whole thing about ArcelorMittal now, to all of us that we cry, our people are sleeping in tents, our people, they can't survive, they're eating cat and dogs, they are homeless. President Boakai said, ArcelorMittal is doing exceptionally well. Our people sleeping in tent, they are doing exceptionally well. Our people aren't getting paid, they are sick. ArcelorMittal are doing exceptionally well. The president signed it. They're waiting for the lawmakers to do what they can do. Then this thing is done. The ratification will be done. No if and about. When I was speaking to sources in the government today, it says, Stanton, the government need that $200 like 3 months ago, Emmanuel George. The government, this government, need that money like yesterday. You go up, you come down, the president feeling without self feeling. They agree $200 million and they care less about who's going to fight for ArcelorMittal. That's the main reason the president met Macron. That's the main reason, one of the main reasons the president met. The only unique main reason he met Macron, to get the $200 million. What can the $200 million do for us? Just $200 million one time. Are we getting $200 million every year? I want you guys to join us tomorrow. We'll talk about ArcelorMittal in this deal. Are we getting $200 million every year? Are we just getting it only one-off? So the issue here is that how much for our payroll, Dr. Richardson? 35 million to 40 million between give and take. You put all other things inside, the senator, they're going to eat their own yama yama. They're saying less than this is just a Christmas money to keep the government afloat. When you enter January, you start hustling other ways. But the president traveled to the Arab country, Emmanuel George. You know why is this happening? The president traveled to the Arab country. That's a good thing. The president talking about our carbon and everything is beautiful, my fellow Liberian. But can you imagine Brother Joseph Yema Boaka appointing Jenny Cooper? Who could have imagined that Jenny Cooper, even Randy Black, the former agriculture minister? What is President Boaka doing to us? Can anybody just sincerely answer? What is President Boaka doing to us?
I don't speak.
The president bringing back Jenny Cooper? Is that something wrong with us? Have you read the LACC report on Jenny Cooper? The investigation report is on President Boaka desk. The amount of illegal business that she gave us, brother. The allegation of over $500 million that ran through agricultural ministry, and the LDCC is holding her responsible. One of the main reasons George Barnum replaced Edwin Martin, the former LDCC chair, when he was after Jenny Cooper. So what's going on? That the report is so clear. The president fired people. The president dismissed LTA, dismissed all of them. Can you imagine? What's the girl name from fishery? Emma Glasgow. And now they have indicted her. We can talk about her tomorrow. They're looking for her to arrest her, to jail her. Emma Glasgow, her indictment. Where's the WhatsApp? I don't know how she will follow, but the president is working with somebody that have been indicted. Madam Jenny Cooper. I mean, this is, again, you ask, is the president in control? The report was sent to the president, Emmanuel. The report was sent to the president. The president has the report. The president has the recommendation. But the president appointed her. But the president fired, and people going to court today for the same LACC report and recommendation that got them in trouble. Why can't Barbara left? He's a counselor that say he doesn't know. Why he left? Why can't he left?
I'm a man. I've been teaching him. I'm trying to leave.
Richardson, this
Not
is.
going in the restroom.
No, you're not going in the restroom. There's the man that works in the office or as chief of staff, but there's something that going on in the office. But I'll leave that one. Let's just agree on something, Emmanuel. And this is wickedness. This is so unfair to the Liberian people. And President Boaka got to make some adjustment. How will you appoint her, knowing very well she has been indicted, she's on record. The LDCC completed the investigation. The other report pointing to everything that this woman played with international money. We ran with that story on the George Manor. The most recent report is on the president's desk. And when we investigated today, they want to put it on Paul Sylvester Grisman because the damn man can speak. Can you imagine? So I'm asking you, my fellow Liberian, is President Boaka serious to fight corruption? He has the report. I got a report. And I'm going to post some of the document up for you to see. It's on the LDCC website. Go there and find it. The recommendation was made to President Boaka. How can President Boaka willfully, knowingly, ignore the report of an integrity institution to hire this woman called Jenny Cooper? Who does that? And then we say the president fighting corruption. And then we say the president is a man of integrity that fight corruption. President Joseph Yema Boaka is disappointing his fellow Liberians. One good for one, good for all. The president should not be selective in the fight on corruption. And we'll continue on the story tomorrow. Jenny Cooper must go. You cannot fire Abdullah Kamara. You cannot fire the LTA people. You cannot fire and remove the central bank governor. You cannot go after Emma Glasgow and put an indictment on her. And they're looking for her today. But you are there whining and dining with this lady. You might not take it away. And let's make this our closing. And we'll continue on the story tomorrow. You're muted, Emmanuel. You're muted. Can you unmute, please?
Thank you, Stanton, and thank you, viewers, for allowing us to be in your home for over 3 hours. It has been nice having a great conversation with my dear friend, Councilor Bala, Conor Gray, Wilfred Akaros, Wanto, Chief Fubi Herons, and Dr. Chinoway. Look, we have a country that many of us and the leaders that we have in power seems to struggle with knowing that they were elected in order for the Liberian people to benefit from their own country. And it's a serious situation we are in. It's important that government works for the people, and that's what we are not getting right now. Look, Stanton, in 2010, the Liberian government had a debt of $4.6 billion. That debt, $1.2 billion were wiped out. What is our debt right now? It's $2.69 billion, $1.6 billion in foreign debt. We are very close to our debt situation in 2010. Our country is struggling. And to Kanye's point, yes, we signed a $1.8 billion deal with HPX, but that agreement reached the legislature in October and have not been ratified. I'm sure he have a good idea about that. So we need to have a new direction for our country. We need to put leaders in place who understand how to build and grow our economy, who understand that the Liberian people are the only people who should be empowered to build a country, because that country, according to Darius data, is the only country that Liberians cannot be deported from, and it's the only country that we are patriotic and nationalistic to. But we need our government to lead. And that's why I keep speaking about this gentleman, Alexander Cummings. I strongly believe that he has the idea and the knowledge to turn our country to where it should be and where it ought to be, to develop our country so that every Liberian will be proud of Liberia. I lay this premise as I close. The reason I say a president should travel 3 times a year is the same way how big countries, developed countries, lay their embassy throughout the world. If the president traveled to the United Nations General Assembly with a very good United Nations ambassadors, he will have the opportunity in that 1 week to have sidelines meeting with various presidents from the various countries, and he will achieve exactly the same thing what he traveled to France to achieve. If he traveled to the African Union meetings, he will meet with his partners in other parts of Africa. And West Africa is important because West Africa have a population of almost 600 million people, and that is a great investment for investors throughout the territory that we are in right now. But again, it's only a leader that Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings will understand this concept and will bring it to the place where each and every one of us as Liberians will benefit from, and each and every one of us as Liberians will be proud of the country we call home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my friend. The Honorable Great Man.
Yeah, you get the 200 million that you spoke about, Stan. Watch it. President Boya is coming. Vice President Kuhn got fun fighting over it. GAF is saying it should go to the budget. Vice President Kuhn says it should go into the energy sector. It's a big fight, big argument. That money gone already. That one is gone. Finish consuming it. The question you ask is a significant question, and we cannot run around it. You see, what is the president bringing from the trip? It's also disingenuous to argue that this government will not be requesting for aid, but their concentration on trade. I want to just place it rightfully. I will re-emphasize or reiterate almost $2 billion that will cushion the arrest agenda has to do with foreign aid. How dare you come and say that this government will not be involved into the issue of request for foreign aid? It undermines and destroys the entire arrest agenda for the next 4 years. That's not a good defense for the arrest agenda. Probably you're talking to the information minister who is Badabo. And probably you're not even reading the very arrest agenda. What is also important, President Boyka presided over the Senate. You are vice president. On 2000,
I mean, quadruple, you can listen, man. You can just listen to what people say.
2012 in January, he ensured that 67 concessions were passed. Of the 66 were declared bogus by the Auditor General Republic of Liberia, John Moru.
66. So President Boyka used to selling our resources. Isn't that strange? That selling oil black coming go beside it. That is not strange. It's not strange that we rejected Mita Steel amended version and he come and give it up. It's not strange that he's selling the country because he sold the country in 3 years. From 2009 to January of 2012. 66 concession, bogus, dangerous. When somebody says somebody coming with a Louis Vuitton bag, yeah, we came with a Louis Vuitton bag called the Emory Hospital. That's what we came with. We came with $10 million that the children playing today, they can go to Invincible Park when they're hungry, they got no food to eat, they can go kick football and other things. Because you got them hungry, people dying from hunger. That's why we brought to the country, we brought more. You ask the country, you say you're not a private jet, but you're flying all around private jet. Then I will bring a private jet you will bring. That Jenny appointment you will bring to the country that Stanton said. It is how we intend to run the country to defend everything you criticize, to defend it today as if to say it's law and gospel. These are some of the things that we're talking about. It's very dangerous. The country is retrogressing dangerously. But next year, people will be falling down in the street of Monrovia out of hunger. Somebody just died Marshall Road out of hunger. You saw it. Children just population. That is the country where you say you inherited. You inherited a better economy. But it's dangerous now. It's bad. Everything. Go to Raleigh Market and go tell the people about carbon business. Go to Raleigh Market. Go to Jopatan Market. Go on the street and tell the people, say, boy, I coming with carbon. Nothing is coming with. Then somebody say the government are responsible, government, so Ghanaian government are responsible. Everything Boyka did and son, all the executive mansion press releases and statements, they are all in it. He coming with nothing tomorrow. He went, I ain't coming. Unfortunately, he won all money, and he's not coming back with all money. So thank you very much, Stanton. We will say again, we'll say this consistently, that Boyka is a failure. I don't care like the Louis Vuitton bag with bro Remy, but the one that Babo, the hospital that are there. The children are playing really on the FE. When you go there, that place the people playing that you have never seen the history of this country.
That hold you right there. Thank you. That hold you right there. That gave all of us a chance. You know, we're pushing not to pass 12, but it passed 12 already. Brother Russell, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton, and thanks to all of our listeners and viewers and all of the panelists. You know, I'll just use again my closing, just like how I started. That there is an urgent need for an immediate intervention from the government, the Liberian government, humanitarian organizations, and the international community to address the situation at the Monrovia Central Prison. There's overcrowding through the number of people that have been brought there. So we can do a lot of stuff to address that, to address the overcrowding, provide food for the prisoners who are there, clean drinking water, the improvement of sanitation and healthcare services, the development of rehabilitation and reintegration programs for the inmates, and restoring dignity to the Monrovia Central Prison. So I hope that the government can take a look again at the Monrovia Central Prison and try to address the many problems that are there. A prison that was built for 350 inmates, now it houses 1,500 prisoners, and that is terrible. And I hope that we can pay attention to that and address the situation, the desperate situation there, because these are all Liberians.
Thank you very much. Before I forget, I'd like to send a shout out real quick. There's a 90-year-old gentleman. Yes, Opa. He follows Spoon constantly. We want to say happy belated birthday to him. We miss his birthday. His name is Joseph Collins. Papa Joe, 90. Happy birthday to you. You always follow us. You watch our program. He listened to our way of talking, not that I carry great totalization. No, and listen to the simple way and want to say yes, indeed. One of our audience fan, happy birthday to you, Uncle Joseph Collins. Wishing you Godspeed. But I also like to say it again. Don't forget, tomorrow we're gonna have our brother Atman Bar. He's gonna come on the show and talk to us about the meet and greet membership drive fundraising for the Morovia demonstration elementary school. They are doing a fundraiser. They are there. They are pushing, and that will be on November 15th. We hope to have him tomorrow to talk to us about their program, right? But now don't forget, we're going to say again, another big happy birthday. Big happy birthday to Mr. Joseph Collins. And thanks for watching Spoon, always. I want to add, when we were speaking about those documents about Janet Cooper, I'm putting this document in the Spoon chat room. We have everything. The LCC were right? The people saying, just read it yourself, right? Just read the last paragraph here, but it's there, you can read it. In the controller respond to Swan request for the virus, he raised several non-compliance issue ranging from unbudgeted expenditure, lack of value for money, and lack of PPCC approved procurement plan. Okay, just read it, it's damaging. It's all on this lady, Jenny Cooper. This is 2023 when she was agriculture minister. We're going to come and tell you about the amount of money the partners put in that disappeared on her. These allegations are huge. And President Baga knows that. He is fully informed. He has the document. Then what happened? Greg, what happened?
Well, Stanton, this is why, government in Africa, especially Liberia, it's so difficult to run because everybody has some string attached. People like Janet Cooper, they're sacred cow. They represent, interest. You see her there, probably she's Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's interest. That's how she was able to work her way into we have government. This also could send a caveat that the president is not serious on prosecuting the past. And that's a disappointment for me at most. Somebody at least that was documented at that level, unless the president has a different set of pieces of evidence that we don't know about, or to all of those concerns raised at the LACC, I would say I would have distanced myself far from her. But hey, government is when somebody making the case that when their man gets there, this will be done. Now you have a tripartite system. Principle of checks and balance exists. 3 branches of government. We're a unitary state, but don't forget, you're going to have the legislature that is so polluted and parochial for you to deal with them in our culture, and you're president, you have to will and deal. Sometimes you can have all the plan. Those group of people, 103, can frustrate you. And now they are used to eating free money. During the former government, everybody used to nuzzle home about $30,000 every now and then. We used to hear that. This is a different time. We have 1.something million. It's so hard, but you have to stand on your ground sometimes to deny them and strangulate them, because even the judiciary, not only the legislature, the judiciary is also part of that. Putting hands in the bowl. And if you're a president, you want to get your stuff, to move forward, you have to be able to make some concession with these people. And so it's very difficult to develop, unless you're an authoritarian, like the president of Rwanda, would do. But otherwise, it's going to be difficult. And that's why I said maybe the system of government that we run has failed us because we don't have the institutions rife enough to police some of the activities we do. And I don't care, you can count with your goodwill. You'd be tempted to sometimes circumvent your own principle unless you stand for something really tangible. But I'm not making excuses for President Boakai, but I think any president that comes, if the system we have now in place, where you have some people like Chair, Albert Chair, you have other officials who are so hungry for money at all times. You think you're going to cross those barriers? It's going to be hard. Unless you're totalitarian or authoritarian. I don't see President Boakai as that person. So,
but Colonel Gray, let me ask you, I know you're closing, right? Colonel Gray, you know, it will be so hard to defend President Boakai because it's written on the wall, Colonel Gray. Albert Chie, James Bannon, they're all going for the Southeastern Project. If you give us the project, we gave you Path 4. We gave you Oranto. We signed a Salamita deal. They naming everything. We gave you Total. We signed all these things. The government has negotiated that. But let's leave Albert Chie there alone. People are watching them. We're getting this information. Let's come to this, Jenny Cooper. The LACC first report from Clark Martin was very clear on Jenny Cooper. George Manawea then went after Clark Martin just because of Jenny Cooper and others. Look at the second document I just put in the chat room. It's very disturbing. I spoke to folks today, they are concerned. They went back to say she was appointed by Gillespie. I said, why are you putting everything on Gillespie? You can do that. Because they make him talk no more. It's wickedness. But this of the president still hanging out with this lady. And the document, go on the LACC page. There will be, except that, you know what? If the president don't believe in the integrity institution, agree, let the president dissolve it. Fair game. Let the president dissolve it. Yeah, right? You cannot say, oh, we have them, but we question the result. Look at the guy from Lofa County. Look at the doctor from Lofa County. The man, he and the bishop stole the money. That's a lie. They indicted them. But guess what happened? The president not touching him. Look at Sam Zina from Babado County. They indicted them. President Boakai said he's not going to touch them. So what part of this thing you fighting? Hey, great. You cannot, nobody will be able to justify this. Because you know what? The reports were done and they were handed to Mr. President, and Mr. President said, I am not, they just dissolved LDCC. You are making them to be weak. They are getting weaker every day because of you. But my friend, just do your closing. We'll go to Dr. Richardson, and then we'll end the show.
Senator, I mean, they were giving, people were being sanctioned for their activities in government. Generally, then they went scotch-free. That's a research I would like to follow through. Why? Because, she was one of my biggest disappointments in the past regime when some of those reports came up. Because when she was appointed, I said, yes, Mr. Weah at least has made a very genuine appointment. But I look at her performance, and then some of these things started coming out. I just gave up on, the pie might look good, but when you dig inside, it's undone. It's not cooked. It looked beautiful up there. Her appointment looked so beautiful. You thought she was going to bring, some good actions in government. But after she left, man,
thank you.
How to see, man.
Thank you. Let me get your sister. Dr. Richardson, it's good seeing you today. What's your take on this?
So, the agriculture sector is an important area of our country. This is where I think we can sort of integrate our economy and let it work for the Liberian people, we can enhance the livelihood of Liberians by just, focusing on our agriculture sector of the country. But that did not. I think if we look and do an assessment of agriculture development in the country from the previous government to now, I will be, very fair in asking for someone to tell me what do they know, what have they seen in terms of development of agriculture for our people. On this very same show, we sat down and we talked about how, grants were given out to people, to friends, during previous government and part of this government as well, that there was no proper documentation, and some of the people did not meet requirements, but perhaps they were, working and known in the government. So that's I think we need to look at it very closely. I will have to read again, Stanton, what you put in the chat room. Then we can make some general conversation about this. But I think, it's fair to say that if we do an assessment of our agriculture sector from then to now, there's not a lot of positive things we can point out in terms of enriching the lives of Liberian people. But overall, I think the show was good. I want to thank the Liberian people again for coming in. Your presence is a testimony of your interest in, wanting to know more about your country. We started off talking about this whole road contract that was given to a company that, in my opinion, was not fairly vetted. And it led me to ask, who's speaking for the Liberian people? Is it the president who will send a contract and doesn't sign it, that sends mixed messages out to the Liberian people? It says you need to approve this, which means that you need to read it, you need to see. Number one question should be that, is it in the interest of Liberian people? Does it work for the Liberian people? Does it consider the Liberianization policy? I'm having problem with my words here. And but the Liberianization policy, does it answer this question? For me to also come and listen to, we need laws to protect the Liberianization policy, is very disappointing to me, because that should have been thought about years and years ago. Why are we now thinking about, there's not enough laws to say that we are protecting Liberians? In fact, that should have been thought about. We shouldn't be discussing that on the program. So it was a great show overall. And I want to thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to be here today. And also to the Liberian people for listening to the show. Thank you so much, Stanton. You muted.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Yakezi, if you're hearing us, can you?
This as well. It was a
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Yakezi, if you're hearing us, can you come on the show? But let's discuss this, right?
Mm-hmm.
The young man that came on the show from Besolin, he won his election. You remember we had him on the show. He related to Mr. Snow, Senator Snow. He came and he was running to be a member of the school board. We just been informed that yesterday he won. His name is Roger Allen. Roger Allen won, and he went to be on the school board, and that was good. A young man, and he's on the school board. He came, he spoke to Liberians yet in the area, and they voted for him. So congrats to Roger Allen. Congrats to him. Yakezi, again, this is not strange. Bear with us. Yakezi always fall asleep. All right. Yakezi always fall asleep. Just bear with us. So we want to say thanks to all of you for watching. We want to keep kind of closing for tomorrow. Want to come back again. Let's hear your closing. And that's why I try to do the show 12 a.m. We're done. Now it's 12:30 a.m. and Yakezi, again, he fell asleep. Councillor Kanyo Bagbara, thank you very much for the beautiful show today. And we want to ask Councillor whether he stay consulting with fisheries, right? But we'll leave that for tomorrow because I love my brother and it's too late to have that conversation. So Councillor is working with the congressman, okay? Councillor also teaching at the Louis Arthur Grant School of Law, and Councillor also consulting official, but yet and still want to, with the three.
Actually, that's the tip of the iceberg. I have a number of active consultancies.
With the three powerful positions, Councillor stay asking President Burger to add another position there. He said he would still take more. All right? Yes, thank you for saving the day.
The interesting thing is the man also get communication project with all the ministry.
Yeah, the mega he's part of the communication team at the Ministry of Information.
What about an experienced professional? I don't just do communication. I do a lot of development work.
I like your speed. I like your hustle. Your hustle is real. No shame in your game. Thank you very much, Councillor.
I'm believing that, CEO.
No, I love it. I do. Because you know what? At the end of the day, on Friday, you must enjoy yourself. And people got to allow
you. Oh, yeah. I got to take Madam out. Yeah. We got to go and ball, you know.
Well, what's your
That's how we work very hard.
Well, what's your favorite spot? What's your favorite spot in Liberia?
Well, I have a couple actually that I like. When I'm trying to warm up, we normally do service for a bit. When we want something that's a bit ratchet, we'll go down to Franco's place on 18th Street.
I mean, is it a more professional area? You know, is it safe though?
I think, I'm a regular Liberian, so I don't have myself. When we want to do quiet stuff, we do the rooftop at Royal, or we go to Boulevard and sit down and just do wine. But when we wanted to get rowdy, we got to go to where the people are, you know. Yeah. So we go there as well. We are off the streets.
Okay. So I mean, it's good to know that there's places in there that, you know, that is more entertaining. I want to say, listen, enjoy yourself like every Liberian when you can. But also we should think about the masses. When you eat, they should eat. You know, that's the beauty of life. Always think about them and not about yourself. Councillor, thank you very much. The Colonel Elremy, great man.
So, Standard, I can't wait
to it's been a great time.
I can't wait to enjoy the Electric City. The last time I was there, man, you saw me sweating on screen.
I know, but you were there on the day when Braga just came in. I want to say, listen, though, thank you very much, Colonel Elremy, great. It's good seeing you. It's good seeing you, Councillor. To our Dato, your cousin is here. What say you to her? You finally met.
No, we've been knowing each other since childhood, but
I'm talking about on the show.
Yeah.
Met on the show.
I mean, it's really good seeing Ike. We call him Ike. Sorry, I don't know.
You are muted, okay? You are muted. Oh, the man gone. All
right. See you later. Bye-bye.
See you later, yeah. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. All right. Yeah, this is over. Thank you very much for holding it down. We appreciate Just God. It's a good message. The people heard the message today, and we appreciate you. Have a good evening. Good night, my friend. You are muted, Yakazi. Okay, you're good now. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, so folks, that's it. That's all the time we have to be here on this edition of the show. Join the CEO and his team later on today for another edition of the Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5. My name is Yekazi Zubel, bidding you a pleasant goodbye. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir. A special one. CEO.